Good morning, everyone. It's now 8 o'clock, and we can go ahead and start our Committee on Appointments agenda. Colleagues, just a note, Commissioner Moody is excused this morning, and we'll do something more formal in our Committee of the Whole to excuse him. But so you get Commissioner Repart and I today. So our first item on the agenda is a resolution approving or confirming Mayor Bliss's appointment of Peter Vanderweer to the Uptown Business Improvement District Board.
So moved.
I'll support that. I don't believe, is this a new appointment, Daniel, or is Peter a reappointment? Mr.
This is a reappointment.
Okay, I couldn't remember. Thank you. So I don't have any other comments.
I don't either.
All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. It carries, thank you. The next is a resolution confirming Mayor Bliss's appointment of Eric Williams to the Southtown Corridor Improvement District Board.
So moved.
I'll support that. Mr. Williams I'm assuming this is Mr. Williams from United Community Methodist House, as well as past city commissioner. So serving on this board, given some of also the developments with a child care center, with UMCH, affordable housing pieces. This great to see this appointment on here.
Yep. Agreed.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Carries. Next is a resolution confirming Mayor Bliss's appointment of Marcel Price to the South Division Granville Corridor Improvement Authority.
So moved.
I'll support that. Mr. Price, this is one of ones that you were working on with Mayor Bliss, right, Commissioner Repart? So
Yeah, I'm thrilled. So the Diatribe's going to move their headquarters onto South Division, so that's why this makes even more sense. And I also had a good conversation yesterday with Ana Jose, that's who's vacating the seat. Her office was on South Division, but now she's taken another opportunity.
Thanks for your work on that, Commissioner. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, it carries. Thank you. Next is a resolution confirming Mayor Bliss's appointment of Randy Thielen to the Smart Zone Local Development Finance Authority.
So moved.
I'll support that. Mr. Thielen is the president, CEO, I don't know, all the titles at the right place. And so previously, Birgit Close had served in this role, I believe. So this is just getting Mr. Thielen on there.
Yep.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, it carries. Thank you. Next is a resolution confirming Mayor Bliss's appointment of Jesse Bernal to the Community Relations Commission.
So moved.
And I'll support that. Mr. Bernal has a variety of roles: Chief of Staff, VP of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion at one of the best universities here in West Michigan, Grand Valley State University. And grateful, I think we had talked to him before, but now the timing will work, and so grateful to have him considered to be on this board.
Good. Yeah, me too.
Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, it carries. Thank you. Next is a resolution approving City Commission's appointment of Reginald Howard to the Grand Rapids Police Civilian Appeals Board.
So moved.
I'll support that. Daniel, I believe this is Commissioner Moody's appointment. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
Yes.
Commissioner Moody had discussed this probably maybe 2 or 3 meetings ago, so glad to see it move through the vetting process and move forward here. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, it carries. Thank you. Next is a resolution confirming Mayor Bliss's appointment of Christopher Reeder to the Local Officers Compensation Commission.
So moved.
And I'll support that. Mr. Reeder has been involved with a number of civic activities in our city, so glad to see we got him on your board.
Yeah, I sold him on this one. I'm like, Chris, you're going to like this one. It's like 3 meetings every other year, and you're done in 7 years. Without a repeat. He said, that one sounds good.
Great. Well,
But he's going to be a good addition to that
He
board.
will be.
yes,
Yeah, he will be.
I agree. Thank you for that work. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, it carries. So that is all our business today, colleagues, and we can go to the vacancy list. We just had a number of ones that we just enacted, so this doesn't happen real time. Maybe there'll be a software in the future that happens real time, so then poor Daniel doesn't have to always do it manually. But until that time, it probably exists. But I do want to highlight, I did talk to Dale over at the museum about the Board of Art and Museum Commissioners. I think there's at least one person that he'd like to have reappointed, so I'm just following up with him on that. I think they might have submitted Mr. Lyman Parks Jr.
I don't believe I've seen anything as of yet, but
Okay.
I do have some emails in my inbox from over the weekend.
Okay, thank you. And then Board of Zoning Appeals, we do have somebody that we'd like to move forward there that Commissioner Repart had discussed, so we'll just follow up with you on that name. I think that person's already vetted. The Affordable Housing Fund Board, so thank you to Daniel and City Clerk Joel for helping us with this. We've had, just trying to get to our remaining terms. What'd you say?
More Daniel on that one.
More Daniel, thank you. I was trying to be politically correct. Thank you, Daniel. And so as just a reminder to anybody who might be watching and to all of us, obviously there's a vetting process. And I think we're going to, I haven't talked to the mayor, but I talked to the city manager, and I think I might have talked to you briefly, Kurt, Commissioner, about the two appointments that we have and just the timing. There's some resolution that needs to happen. Don't want to get too deep into that, just for obviously individuals' personal information. So I think we're going to have to go back and reassess our two individuals. I'm going to call one of them to see if one of the items that needed to be finalized was, but if not, then I think it's March and we need to move forward. So
I think that we have a good kind of couple of backup names.
Yep.
That we can just go right to.
yeah, and I think I would remind those individuals too, that there are, as things sort of evolve, and sometimes it's a timing issue is what we find, right? And we're getting, people are just kind of coming back to work and things like that. So we'll follow up with you all and hopefully today have an answer about, because we want to make sure we get anything on the agenda for the next meeting, because I'd like to get it at the end of March.
Yeah, that would be ideal.
The Civil Service Board, we have one person who is vetted, but they're already serving on another board, and so I'm waiting. I think, Daniel, we talked about a name last week. I think they were still being vetted. You were checking in on that one. That was coming from a community organization and had some good experience. So I'd like to first give priority to people who are not on another board, just to spread that out. And we will have another opening probably too as of May. And our next meeting is not until May. So we'll be okay if we can get this other person on there. We just talked about the Community Relations Commission.
And I have tossed it out, the option to one other individual for that. But I'm waiting for a response from them.
Okay, great. Thank you, Commissioner. And then I think the other ones, Daniel, we talked about the DDA and the DID before. I know the mayor had some names that she was looking at. For economic development in Brownfield, we have one on there. I know we talked about somebody else, another name there, but I think we're going to put them on BZA just because we need some more support there. And then the rest, we just did the Civil Appeals Board right now with Commissioner Moody's appointment. You're giving me a headache, City Clerk.
Sorry, I thought C was before G.
Yeah, and that's okay. I jump around a little bit too. And I think the Historical Commission, we had some names. I don't think they were all yet fully vetted. So that's something that we can discuss today, Daniel, too.
There are a few reappointments that are being vetted as well.
Okay. And then if you want to scroll down to the Housing Appeals Board, there's two on there. And I think we have a couple of names too. And if anything, if some of the folks who maybe are not able to do the Housing Trust Fund Board now, maybe that might be a good spot for them in the
Right.
future too.
For sure.
And then we just talked about the Compensation Commission. Mobile GR, we have the two appointments there. I know we were talking to another individual because we wanted, Justin's not here. Justin's now, or Mr. Justin has left the organization, but I know talking to us, Commissioner, about somebody coming from the First Ward.
Yeah.
And I don't think, if we have any PIFs for that one, Daniel, I haven't checked on that one for the Mobile GR, if you could check that one. And then really the rest, I don't have any other updates. I do think, sorry. North Quarter, I don't have any updates for that board. We're onboarding about 3 new folks right now. So we'd like to just kind of get settled a little bit, and people have been coming and we've had a quorum. So it'll probably be a couple months before we have that continued conversation with the mayor and try to revitalize some of those relationships. And then the Parks and Rec Board, remember, Stacy now at Parks will be on there, just going through the vetting process. And then there's somebody else too for Parks and Rec now.
That one's all set for the 29th, right? These.
Correct. Sam Moore and Stacy Bear.
Okay, you did send a note about that, Daniel, thank you.
Perfect.
And then Public Safety
I
Commission.
just emailed
Yeah.
the two of them, introducing them to each other 2 days ago. So
Okay.
now they get to serve on this board together.
Oh, good, good.
Matchmaker.
Commissioner Lanier has somebody for public safety, and I don't think their PIF is yet completed. And then my individual, have a meeting with them on Wednesday. So other than that, I don't have any other, and we just obviously did South Division and Southtown too.
And I think we have 2 ready for urban ag that are in the pipeline, correct, Daniel?
I believe that's correct,
To
yes.
fill that one.
Oh, yep, because that was the checking in with the farmer's market and then your other person. And we just did up, down, and then forestry, we just talked about, so Stacy gets to serve on 2 boards. And I think we had one other name for urban forestry that is fully vetted that I'll follow up on as well. We could probably get for the 29th.
Great. We also finally, we're working on final approval for the West Side SID as well, or CIA. But they have 2 more people, 2 more seats available as well. John's working on that.
Great. So I think should have a pretty full agenda on the 29th as well. We'll get some of this housing trust fund board pieces finalized, and my goal, I said the 3 months, I wanted to have everything empty, but I don't think that's gonna happen, but we're getting closer and closer. And I don't know if we have anybody tonight from communication to the board of any, can't remember now, for any resignations.
Yeah, I think.
Jim,
I think it was just Jamon Alexander's,
okay.
and then there was another one from ZBA as well, or BZA.
Alicia Lewis.
I'm sorry,
Alicia Lewis is resigning from the BZA.
okay, so then that would mean, how, can we go back up there then?
Then we're gonna get another.
So then how many does that put us at again?
Joshua Longer from the Stormwater Oversight.
And
oh,
Josh.
sure.
Okay.
yeah.
But that one's gonna be a flip. I mean, I think we already have the person.
He has a replacement.
Okay, so that one's good. Thank you for pointing that out. I didn't print that one out. So the BZA, we have somebody, we'll talk to you about that now because we'd like to get them on the 29th because I think they're fully vetted, and then that would leave us with another opening.
Okay.
Want to keep Ms. Turkelson happy.
Keep things moving forward.
All right. And is that Miss Kate? I'm sorry, Kate. Would you like to come up and say anything to the body? This is our new deputy city manager. Sorry to put you on the spot.
Just push the button so it's green. Yep.
Okay.
This is this is kind of like training.
It
so
is.
you know how
It's
to do
like
it.
real-time training. Thank
Yes.
you. I'm happy to be here this morning. I'm going through the whole, my first commission day run-up, so this is a good introduction of how you all do business, and I'm really excited to be in Grand Rapids. It's been a really warm welcome and from the community and from city employees and commissioners as well, so I'm happy to be part of the team. Looking forward to working with you all.
Well, nice to meet you, and I was like, oh, wait, that's somebody I don't know, but I recognize your face. And I know that in the past, Mr. DeLong had often, at different points, come to the meeting, so just wanted to make sure you had opportunity to say anything to this body. So thank you, look forward to working together. Mm-hmm. All right, colleagues, I don't think we have any other business. We'll hang back, Daniel, and talk about a few things, and we'll go ahead and adjourn this meeting at 8:14.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, everyone. You know, get these masks off, everyone gets all chatty. All right, we'll call the meeting to order here at 8:30. Commissioner Moody will not be joining us this morning. First item on the agenda this morning is a resolution allowing submittal of an application to the Michigan State Historic Preservation Office Certified Local Government Grant Scholarship Program for a $1,000 grant for the National Alliance for Preservation Commissions Forum 2022.
So moved.
Support. Does not appear that Ms. Turkelson is here.
Oh, got somebody that's wait.
Oh. All right, very good.
This is part of the approval process for this grant is to get fiscal approval at this level for it. So the program will allow our historic preservation specialist to attend this national program for training and continuing her education.
Very good. Questions? All right, hearing none. Those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thank you. Item 2 is a resolution accepting a restricted grant award from Consumers Energy Foundation and executing an agreement for payment in the amount of $40,000 with the Hispanic Center of Western Michigan for the Community Collaboration on Climate Change, C4.
So moved.
Support. Ms. Sutter, good morning.
Yes, good morning, everyone. If you recall, we had a similar item with respect to a grant being awarded from DTE Foundation that you similarly approved in the past. This one is from Consumers Energy Foundation. It's for $40,000. It's restricted for use with the C4, and the C4 has identified the Hispanic Center of West Michigan to be the fiduciary.
Very good. Questions? All right, hearing none. Those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thank you. Item 3, a resolution to accept a $175,000 Grand Rapids Community Foundation grant in support of participatory budgeting Grand Rapids PBGR activities.
So moved.
Support.
So this is a grant that we received through the Community Foundation. It's actually a partnership of a number of foundations as well as a state association to support participatory budgeting. As I shared with the full commission in our last update, one of the things that we've learned is that doing this process does require some operational overhead, and we're fortunate to have some local partners that have pitched in to support that part of the activity. This is going to allow us to do some contracting, both for marketing communications, but also for guiding processes such as the budget delegate process and the voting process that's going to take place as we move through the summer and into the fall.
Questions? I guess I have a question. I mean, from what I understand, this does require in order to receive the grant, the hiring of a full-time staff person. How come that wasn't really communicated?
It does not. It does require us committing resources towards fulfilling some of the things that we've talked about from a community engagement standpoint. This recognizes the contributions that we've already made. So we have a full-time temporary staff person that's supporting PB now. The way the final language in the agreement reads, we're committed to the resources to carry forward on some of the things we've talked about from a community engagement standpoint, outside of participatory budgeting. So the formulation of our community engagement strategy, putting the training framework together, doing some of the things that have been kind of persistent over at least the 3 years that I've been here, to be able to formalize some of the community engagement work that we're doing more broadly as an organization.
I don't feel. I think we're interpreting that language differently. Then, I mean, I'm reading some of the grant terms and conditions I was privy to that indicate that Grand Rapids agrees to continue to build and support internal infrastructure needed and partnership, including hiring a full-time permanent staff person.
Okay, we need to update that in the agenda then. We actually sent back a revision to that, and they agreed to the revision. So I need to make sure that that's
okay. I mean,
updated.
I'm only trying to be consistent in my emphasis that when we receive grant dollars for staffing, that we're not creating full-time positions for staff dollars. That
Understood.
Okay.
We were in the same place, and that's why we asked that language be amended. They agreed to what we put forward, which is commitment of resources to do X, Y, and Z.
Okay.
But I'll make sure that that's updated before we get to the evening meeting, because obviously we want the right agreement to be signed.
Very good.
Just want to pull this from consent then, Commissioner?
I mean, as long as it's updated for tonight,
Okay.
Or unless you want to make an motion to amend it to include that language that we always request.
I just want to make sure it happens that, to support that. Going back to the, some of the standardized pieces that we wanted to have with this. So perhaps that would just be the best thing, City Clerk. You're not giving me a line of sight, just to make sure that happens, so. And for any colleagues who might have
Right.
read that and not seen that. So why don't we just go ahead and pull it?
All right, very
pull
good.
it.
Yeah. We'll bring that forward and we'll make sure we address it this evening.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Item 4 on the agenda is a resolution authorizing disbursement of $14,600.
Hold on 1 second. So are you voting no on the item, so it goes off consent?
Voting no with the current language and,
Well, we can move to rescind the motion.
okay.
Let's do that.
No, we'll just, very good.
My motion is rescinded.
All right, very good. That is recognized. Thank you.
Thank you.
Item 4, resolution authorizing disbursement of $14,666.03 of GVSU's Belknap property pilot funds to Noble.
So moved.
Support, Mr. Kane, good morning.
Good morning, Commissioners. This is an item that you've seen before. We come to the City Commission annually. This is an agreement from back in 2016 between the City of Grand Rapids, GVSU, and the neighbors of Belknap Lookout. This is titled a pilot, as that was the language that was used in the original MOU, but this is not one of the traditional pilots that you'll see from Community Development and Ms. Bohatch later on in this agenda. But what this does is it takes, it's a voluntary payment in lieu of taxes by GVSU for residential property it owns and leases in the Noble neighborhood, and that funding is distributed to the neighbors of Belknap. And you'll see the uses of that funding here in the agenda, and the total is $14,666.03. And I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Questions? All right, hearing none. Those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kane. Item 6, resolution authorizing Grand Rapids Police Department recruit 2022. Oh. Oh, I'm sorry, I skipped one. A resolution approving a professional services agreement with First Responder Institute Incorporated for an amount not to exceed $26,000.
Good morning, everyone.
So moved.
Support, Mr. Brown, sorry, sir.
No problem. So this is a not to exceed amount of $26,000. The fire department is going to be fundraising to supplement this, so we anticipate the cost being much lower. This is an international competition. Much like our hiring process, we're going to set up towers on Ottawa Avenue. The company comes in and we have hundreds of firefighters show up from around the country and spend money in our hotels and restaurants and everything. And it's just a really good recruiting outreach effort for the fire department, and we're excited to bring this here to Grand Rapids.
Which one of your guys or gals is going to win this?
I'm not sure any of us are going to win it, but we're going to do it.
Very good. Questions? All right, hearing none. Those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thank you. Now, item 6, resolution authorizing Grand Rapids Police Department recruit 22-02 to attend Grand Valley State University Police Academy for a total cost of $100,540.
So moved.
Support, DC Reifenberg. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Good morning, Commissioners, and I'm excited about this one, too. The Grand Rapids Police Department recommends approval of the attached resolution authorizing payment to the Grand Valley State University Police Academy for the tuition expenses related to certification of 11 employees in recruit class 2202. On July 13th, 2021, GRPD was authorized to send a total of 10 individuals to Grand Valley State's Academy. 2 recruits were sent in the fall of 2021 with 8 planned for the spring of 2022. However, with the increased number of vacancies within the department, we're requesting to send 11 instead of the 8. The process of hiring non-certified employees will broaden and increase the candidate pool of individuals that have a drive to serve the public. The recruit class 2202 will graduate in August of 2022. Complete cost of the training and certification for the recruit class 2002 is funded through the fiscal year 2022 Police General Fund of $100,540. Includes tuition, student fees, and uniform expenses. And this is an increase of $27,420 of what was already approved in July.
Very good, sir. Questions? All right. Thank you, sir. Those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Item 7, resolution approving Grand Rapids Public Schools grant reimbursement of $23,315.
So moved.
Support. Mr. Scott? You going to join
I would
us?
say I can pinch it for this one.
All right, very good. He's making sure we look good right now, so.
What's that?
He's back there making sure we look good right now.
For this item, this is just the, we decided we used to do this annually, so we're going to try to start doing these quarterly, but just get reimbursement. This one's for PEG grant related to the school system.
Very good. Questions? All right, those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thank you. Item 8, resolution authorizing a contract for the amount not to exceed $30,000 with the Martin Luther King Park Neighborhood Association for resident outreach, leadership, and programming services.
So moved.
Support. Ms. Stout is not here. Ms. Claren, do you want to jump in on this?
Okay, with this one, this is just taking the MLK Neighborhood Association. They want to organize, do this work to encourage participation more with, the annual cleanups, exactly what it says in the title, just get more resident outreach for those residents.
All right. And this is coming out of general fund dollars?
Correct.
Right. Questions? Those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Item 9, resolution authorizing a service agreement with Wilderness Inquiry for canoe-mobile at Riverside Park in the amount of $10,550.
So moved.
Support. Mr. Marquardt, good morning.
Good morning, Commissioners. We are thrilled to be bringing back this paddling experience for 8th grade GRPS students this May 17 through 21. Over the course of this 1 week, we put about 1,000 8th graders on the water for this paddling experience to supplement some of their in-class learning. This is an agreement with the Wilderness Inquiry Organization based out of Minnesota. They've worked with us the last 3 times that we've done this here in Grand Rapids. They've done an exceptional job, and we're really looking forward to this opportunity.
Very good. Questions? All right, those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, sir. Item 10, resolution authorizing expenditures to service 2 aeration blowers located at Water Resource Recovery Facility in an amount not to exceed $28,244.
So moved.
Support. Mr. Greener, good morning.
Good morning, Commissioners. What you have before you is a service. It's an annual. It's an every 3-year service on our blowers. We did do this as a sole source due to the high-speed nature of this equipment, and the blowers are the show. It's a biological process. We use the bugs in the wastewater to actually treat the sewage by blowing air up into those, and keeping those blowers keeps the plant running.
Very good. Questions? Those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thank you, sir. Item 11, a resolution authorizing a budget substitution of $57,630 for Jackson Street from Lane to Jackson Place, sanitary sewer and water main.
So moved.
Support. Mr. Bergman, good morning.
Good morning, Commissioners. We are seeking to reconstruct portions of Jackson Street, which will include replacement of the existing water main and sewer. So we're requesting your approval of this budget substitution to move the funding into place to begin the design work on this project.
Very good. Questions? All right. Those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thank you. Item 12, resolution rescinding proceeding number 90,770 and authorizing conditional approval of a tax exemption and payment in lieu of taxes, the preserve at Stonebrook number 3.
So moved.
Support. Ms. Bohach.
Good morning. This project was developed in 3 phases, with the preserve at Stonebrook 3 being the final phase. Consists of 8 buildings with 64 housing units, of which 26 are affordable to households at or below 60% of the area median income. It received a 35-year pilot, which has been in place since 1998, and it extends through 2033. It's being sold, and with the pilot being a condition of the sale for the project viability. Approval of this item would rescind the existing pilot and establish a pilot with the new owner entity. The period would remain the same duration, as well as the affordability requirements, because it is that are in place.
Very good. Questions? All right. Those in favor? Aye. Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Item 13, resolution authorizing conditional approval of a tax exemption and payment in lieu of taxes, Uptown Village Apartments.
So moved.
Support.
Okay, this project was developed in 2007 by Link Up Nonprofit Housing Corporation. Consists of 2 buildings with 24 affordable housing units that are available to households also at or below 60% of the area median income. At initial development, the project was awarded low-income housing tax credits by the Michigan State Housing Development Authority. The city approved a 15-year tax exemption and 4% pilot at that time. The city's ordinance only conditionally approved pilots for the initial compliance period for the LIHTC program, rather than through the extended use period. The project is currently in that extended use period that will be in effect through 2036. So the owner entity is requesting a new pilot, which would be for the remaining 14 years. So that would be from 2023 through 2036.
All right, very good. Questions? Those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries.
Thank
Thank you. Item 14, resolution scheduling a public hearing to consider project additions to be paid for by unspent proceeds of the Economic Development Corporation of the City of Grand Rapids Senior Community Revenue Bonds, Clark Retirement Community Incorporated, Series 2019.
So moved.
Support. Mr. Gracia?
I can finish it this
All
one.
right, very good.
So with this one, this is simply, these bonds were issued, they're actually private activity bonds. What's going on is through the Economic Development Corporation, they get to use the tax, or basically we loan them our tax exempt status. So these were issued a while ago. They have remaining proceeds left as under the rules of the bond. They have to come back to commission to let us know. We found another use for these proceeds. They want to use up the remaining proceeds. This is not an obligation of the City of Grand Rapids in any way. Obligations fall entirely with Clark. So.
Very good. Questions? All right, those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thank you. Item 15, a resolution to strike the outstanding 2016 personal property taxes from the delinquent tax roll. This amounts to a write-off not to exceed $56,760.53 of personal property taxes, of which $12,806.03 is related to the City of Grand Rapids millages.
So moved.
Support?
Good morning, Commissioners. We've crossed another year with our delinquent personal property taxes. As you know, with this process, we have 6 years to collect on these accounts, and roughly every year, so like right now, we've taken the 2021 delinquents and rolled it into our delinquent tax base. On average, it's about 300 to 400 parcels a year. So out of the 2,695, we know that 300 to 400 will typically go to that delinquency. But of that work, that's a billing of $16.4 million. So out of that, coming down to just 56,000, a little over 56,000 to collect, means a collection rate of 99.66%, which is exceptional. And this is the work that we do as helping support our local tax collecting authorities. We're collecting for them and dispersing the funds to them. So we continue to do this, but we have 6 years to do that collection. So as we ask for approval, we're still going to have the ability to collect through June 30 of this year. So we'll have some more collections that come in. But this is some outstanding work by Ms. Margaret Yakes in our office, and continuing to work with our community partners in terms of getting the tax dollars collected that they so rely on for their needs.
Very good. Questions? Oh, great work. Those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Item 16, resolution authorizing bid list, March 15, 2022.
So moved.
Support. Ms. Colton, anything you'd like to point out on here this morning?
We've been really busy.
I see you got a big one this morning.
Yeah, I'm glad I don't have to read it.
All right.
So, do you guys have any questions?
No, I did tell Mr. Marquardt I was going to ask him to come up here just for a second. I do see on item 18 for the golf course, we have a couple of contracts out for purchases for adult beverages at the golf course, and just the fact that we live in beautiful Beer City, USA, and we only feature one local beer at our golf course. I just feel like our commitment to supporting local businesses, maybe we would think about trying to maybe diversify those options to support some more local breweries, because we only sell beer and wine at the golf course. So it'd be great to see some more local Grand Rapids breweries supported in our purchasing.
Yeah, good morning, Commissioners. It's all a matter of personal preference, I guess, right?
Mm-hmm.
But we are working with our distributors already to bring in some other local vendors. It is all distributor-driven. We've got Brewery Vivant that we're going to be bringing in some Bell's product, and certainly we can bring in some other local vendors as well.
Very good, sir. Thank you. All right, those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Item 17, forecasting report, March 15, 2022. Any questions? All right, with that, report is received and filed. Item 18, warrant report, February 9, 2022 through February 25, 2022. Travel and funds reports for January 2022. Mr. Comptroller.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Morning.
So our first report here is our warrant report for the period of February 9th through the 25th. The city released cash payments totaling approximately $30.6 million. That includes just under $9.2 million for our employee payroll expense and just under $93,000 for income tax warrants for that period. And in terms of quantity, that equated to 815 income tax refunds being issued and 1,184 accounts payable checks being issued. And as always, the tables on the following 3 pages contain the details of all the payments issued that exceeded the amount of $20,000. Also here this morning is our January fiscal year-to-date travel report. So this details travel spend by a city department for the first 7 months of the fiscal year. So overall, we spent just over $500,000 or about 1/4 of our budget. And lastly here, we have our monthly funds report, also for the period of January fiscal year to date, so first 7 months of the year. And this provides a high-level overview of revenue expenditures and the funds that account for the bulk of the city activity. The common theme that kind of emerges here is, we of course know the pandemic has had a significant impact on the economy and many of city services. So for the individual who's kind of interested in seeing how that change in economic activity translated into city funds and operations, this is just another resource that we have available for them to learn about that. And that concludes the reports I have this morning.
Very good. Questions for the Comptroller? All right, hearing none, those reports are received and filed. And the final item on our agenda this morning is the Treasurer's Report for period February 8th, 2022 through February 28th, 2022.
Good morning, Commissioners. With our report today, there's still so much going on. I can continue on the inflation issue, but we know it's there. We know the Fed's going to raise rates today. The expectation is 25 basis points. We are still seeing anywhere projections from 5 to sometimes up to 10 different rate changes between now and probably Q3 of 2023. That's a pretty very quick rise, but we have to deal with some of these issues that are happening. It's hard to really focus on any one thing that's going on right now because it just seems like there's so much turmoil right now between our own economy, with supply chain, with world events, with trying to think if there's going to be some type of disruption in energy, and how does green energy fit into that? And we can't get to things fast enough. And so we talk about bottleneck in supply, but now we got a whole bottleneck of ideas of how to fix things. And so that's really what we're kind of sitting back and watching right now as it develops. But right now, our funds are sitting in a very good position. We're looking at 1.28%. We're preparing our work to continue on Public Act 20 changes, which we're getting some traction on that, which would then set us up for the future. And so right now, we have $544 million of funds out there at 1.28%. We anticipate that we're going to probably have a little bit of a slide on that 1.28% as we kind of hit that valley and start riding that yield curve up. So that's our anticipation right now. With that is our report for today.
Very good. Questions for the Comptroller? All right, hearing none, that report will be received and filed. And with that, we will conclude this meeting at 8:54. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm missing a colleague. Anita, you going to join us? Okay. Commissioner Jones, good morning. Well, thank you. What was that? So we'll give them another 30 seconds and then we'll get started, just so that we have a lot to cover here this morning. We actually can get started with the introduction of our new Deputy City Manager. Kate, would you like to introduce yourself and just tell our audience, those who are here with us in the audience, but then those who are viewing, the millions who are viewing this meeting this morning, if you can introduce yourself?
Thank you, Chair Lanier. I am Kate Behrens, started with the City of Grand Rapids just last week. Excited to be here. I've had a very warm welcome from the staff and commission and members of the community, and very much excited to be rolling up my sleeves and help you all achieve the community's priorities. So happy to be part of the team. Thank you.
Thank you and welcome. We are glad to have you here with us and glad to have you here at CD this morning. We have Commissioner Reppert with us, so we can get started. Our first resolution is approving the submission of a Michigan Natural Resources Trust Fund grant application in the amount of $300,000 for Plaster Creek Trail and Kenosha Park project with an estimated total cost of $713,100.
So moved.
Support.
Good morning, Commissioners. This is one of 3 grant applications that the department will be submitting to the state of Michigan for consideration on April 1st of this year. This project specifically is looking at a trail connection at Kenosha Park from the neighborhood into the regional trail that runs alongside the Plaster Creek. The matching funds of $413,000 and $100 will be coming from the Parks Millage Fund to support this grant application request.
Great. I know we've seen this item before. Is there any additional questions or comments on this? Colleagues? None? I'll call the question. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. It carries. Our next resolution is approving the submission of a Michigan Natural Resources Trust Fund grant application in the amount of $300,000 for 32nd Street Park project with an estimated total cost of $474,800.
So moved.
Support.
Great. This third ward park space is a new park space that we will be adding. This will help fulfill park deficient areas within the third ward. The $174,800 of match will be coming again from the Parks Millage Fund for this project. This project specifically is really a phase 1 park development for this new space. So it will include park entrance, seating areas, trail connections, and some access points to the neighborhood.
Great. Any questions or comments, colleagues? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. It carries. Our third resolution is approving the submission of a Michigan Natural Resources Trust Fund grant application in the amount of $300,000 for improvements at Belknap Park project with an estimated total cost of $472,500.
Move it.
Support.
Great. So this last application, again, a $300,000 ask of the Michigan Department of Natural Resources. Match funds of $172,500, again, from the Parks Millage Fund, specifically to partner with the Belknap Pickleball Club for some improvements to these courts and the court spaces.
Great. Any questions or comments? Yes.
A quick question. What are the odds that we are fortunate enough to be the recipients of these grants? How in the past, how has that worked out for us?
It all depends on funds available and a number of requests that the state of Michigan receives, Commissioner. We have had great success in the past with each of the applications that we have submitted. It is always dependent on the type of amenity that is being requested for funding, location within the city, and demographics that make up those locations. So it's a little bit of a recipe of a number of different things, but we have had great success in the past with each of our applications.
Is the expectation to receive the full 300,000, or is it sometimes partial?
Yeah, great question. In most cases, we do receive the full request. If the state of Michigan does receive a very high number of applications, there are instances where they've brought those award amounts down just a little bit below the requested amount.
Very good. Okay. Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Great question, Commissioner. Any other questions or comments? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. It carries. Thank you. Okay, our fourth resolution is approving an agreement with the Michigan Department of Transportation for the implementation of systemic safety improvements at 40 intersections with a total project cost of $284,780.
So moved.
Support.
Good morning, Commissioners. The city applied for and received federal safety grant dollars, and happy to say that these are the last 40 intersections we have to complete in our network, and that will install upgrade the signals to have pedestrian countdown signal heads, so you'll actually visibly be able to see the countdown at the intersections. The total federal funding participation is $217,017, and then the total local construction of $30,618 and federal non-participating local costs of $37,145 are both covered from Vital Streets. Great. Any questions or comments?
Well, this is completely unrelated. So MDOT came and presented to our Corridor Improvement Authority last week. They are also collecting surveys right now about 131 and improvements that they want to make to 131. So there's a link out there that they're passing around. It's actually a really great survey in English and in Spanish. So unrelated, but MDOT related. Comment.
Thank you. Got it in. Any other comments or questions? All in favor signal by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. It carries. Our fifth resolution is approving a construction agreement in the amount of $36,000 and approving a release of easement for Spectrum Health Center for Transformation and Innovation.
So moved.
Support.
All right, good morning, Commissioners.
Morning.
So this agreement will facilitate construction of a public storm sewer and also water main as part of the Spectrum Center for Technology and Innovation's first phase of development of their campus. And so the developer will be depositing $36,000 per the agreement to cover our costs associated with plan review, inspection, and administration. Also seeking to release an easement that's currently located in what was formerly Fairbanks between Monroe and Bond, and that easement will no longer be necessary with these utility relocations. We will be coming back to you at a future meeting with a request to vacate Bond between Trowbridge and Newberry, which will further facilitate their campus development, but requesting for your action on these items today.
Any questions or comments, colleagues? Thank you. All in favor, signal by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. It carries. Our sixth resolution is approving a construction letter agreement and accepting public utilities easement for East Beltline Avenue water main extensions.
So moved.
Support.
So Grand Rapids Charter Township is seeking to extend a portion of public water main that'll complete a loop between Knapp Street and Grand Ridge Drive along East Beltline Avenue in the township. So I'm asking for your approval of this construction letter agreement with the township and also acceptance of a utilities easement that will cover the newly installed water main.
Any questions or comments? All in favor, signal by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. It carries. Our seventh resolution is awarding a contract with Montgomery Excavating LLC for the reconstruction of Garfield Avenue from Fulton Street to 2nd Street and Vito Street from Valley Avenue to Garfield Avenue and California Street from Valley Avenue to Garfield Avenue in the amount of $2,595,988.36 with a total project cost not to exceed $3,538,200.
So moved.
We are seeking to reconstruct these portions of Garfield, Vito, and California Street. We'll be replacing the approximately 100-year-old water main that exists today and the water services along the way, an estimated 34 of which are lead service lines. Bike lanes are also being added between Bridge Street and 2nd Street on Garfield. We received 6 bids on March 1st, and Montgomery Excavating submitted the low bid of $2,595,988.36, which was under our engineer's estimate of $2.89 million. So I'm asking for your approval of this award to go to Montgomery with that total not to exceed amount of $3,538,200. Project financing is coming from the state's Drinking Water Revolving Fund, Water System Fund, Vital Streets, and the Parking System Funds. Thank you for that. Can you talk a little bit about the timeline? I know this is extensive work and will disrupt a neighborhood significantly. So can you talk a little bit
neighborhood.
about the timeline?
3 blocks from my house.
All right.
Well,
I wanted to ask the question so you didn't have to.
Thank you.
Like you were interested for self. I will follow up with specific dates, but the intent is to get it constructed this construction season. Now, the big wild card for us on all of our water main related projects is there's a significant lead time on water main materials. We've been hearing as much as 6 months on some of the more common sized water mains like 6-inch, 8-inch. And so I will still have yet to determine the exact start date, but that's a big factor that's in play. And so we'll communicate with the contractor and can let you know when to expect the start. But the intent was to get it constructed this construction season. And then the length of, once it started, about how long are you anticipating? That is stipulated in the contract documents. I don't have those in front of me, but I can let you know. That would be great to know. Thank you. Any other questions or comments, colleagues? All in favor, signal by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. It carries. Our 8th resolution is approving an extension and increase of $500,000 for trench repairs. Trench repairs contract 2020-1 with Lodestar Construction, Inc. for a total not to exceed amount of $1,835,500.
So move.
Support.
So the Commission originally awarded this contract back in February of 2020, and then last February, an authorization for an increase of $500,000 was approved to this agreement. We're coming back to you asking for it to, again, be extended. We utilize this contract to make repairs to water and sewer trenches, primarily along MDOT trunk lines and also outside city limits and customer communities where we have utilities. But worth noting is that since 2019, Public Works has been performing a majority of the trench repairs in the city limits. And when we did a cost analysis last year at this time, we determined that's resulting in an average savings of over 60% compared to prior years under this agreement. So this contract's also used for curb repair work as needed and also installation of traffic control or traffic calming features. So requesting for your approval of this extension. The bid documents did allow for the extension at the city's option. Lodestar did include a 5% increase factor as part of their bid for this extension. So the approval would run through February 28th of next year, 2023, and asking that the authorized expenditures also be increased by $500,000, which will make the new not to exceed total $1,835,500. Thank you. Any questions or comments, colleagues?
I don't think so. Thank you for that. That's helpful. That was my question because I know we are doing it in-house, but obviously we can't always get to everything. But.
Mm-hmm. All in favor, signal by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. It carries. Okay. I'm just looking at this resolution, looking a lot like number 7. Sorry, the streets were the same, and they're usually similar next to one another. So, okay. The 9th resolution is authorizing eminent domain procedures for a sidewalk and utility easement at 1202 Bridge Street Northwest for reconstruction of Garfield Avenue from Fulton Street to 2nd Street and Vito Street from Valley Avenue to Garfield Avenue and California Street from Valley Avenue to Garfield Avenue in an amount not to exceed $15,000.
I'll move it.
Support.
All right, so you are correct. This item relates to the Garfield project that was just awarded under item 7. We are seeking to acquire a sidewalk and utility easement from a property owner that's located at the corner of Bridge and Garfield, the southwest corner, seeking to upgrade the sidewalk ramp at that corner to be ADA compliant. The property owner's representative has expressed a willingness to work with us and cooperate on this necessary acquisition. However, there are numerous past due amounts in terms of city and county taxes. So though we've sent a good faith offer to the owner, the unpaid tax amounts far exceed that offer. So we need to file an eminent domain lawsuit so that the city can acquire the necessary easement rights through the court process. So this resolution is asking for your authorization for the city attorney to initiate those procedures and authorizes expenditures in an amount not to exceed $15,000 in a connection with the acquisition to come from the Vital Streets Fund. Thank you for that. So are there any programs that exist that could potentially help the homeowner?
It's not a, it's a business,
Okay.
correct? I
Oh,
believe
the
that
property
it's a
owner.
property owner, yeah, sure.
Yeah. Are there any programs that exist? And so does that mean then that that we wouldn't then have to provide any financial, we wouldn't have a financial exchange with the property owner if we go this route at all, even though we were interested in doing that, but because of the back taxes that we can't? Yeah, so it would be handled through the lawsuit process with the eminent domain process. So the court would determine how, the funds that we would pay for the acquisition would be allocated. And presumably, I would imagine that maybe a portion of that, if not all of it, would be distributed amongst the entities to which back taxes are owed. But I don't know if Attorney Beatty has anything else to add to that in terms of procedure.
It's my understanding that that is correct.
Yeah.
That anything that we would essentially be taking up to $15,000 to remedy the situation. They owe us money, so we can't coming to an agreement with them.
Mm-hmm.
So essentially, it'd be my understanding that an agreement would be set to essentially pay those outstanding debts, and then in the process of proceeding.
And are we at liberty to say what the amount is? Yeah, the amount is in the item here.
Mm-hmm.
I believe it's around $1,500. Of what they owe in taxes.
What is owed?
Yes.
More than, you said it was more than 15,000.
Yeah. Yeah, those amounts are included as well. There's a back taxes, including a certificate of forfeiture of real property for non-payment of property taxes for the year 2019, an amount of $7,286. So that is one amount, and then there are also miscellaneous receivables to the city in a total amount of $11,597. So, so we're talking about a difference of a couple $1,000s here. Yeah, our good faith offer, which is in the memo for this resolution, is $1,335. So, the other two amounts, of course, far exceed in terms of what is owed, exceeds what our offer is. What you would contribute to for the easement itself. Yeah, I see. Okay. But we're willing to spend the money to sue. Because that's what this resolution is. We're willing to spend $15,000 to sue to do it. It's the process, and that's an up to, not to exceed amount of $15,000. Certainly hope it will be less, but that's giving the city attorney's office that authority to take us through this process, which we're required to go through to acquire the property needed for the project. Sure. Okay. I'm probably not done with this conversation, but we can talk when we're done.
Yeah, I was going to say, if we approve this, is there still an opportunity for city staff, particularly the law department, to have conversations with the owner? to see if we can
Yeah.
reach.
Certainly, I mean, that process, will still take place in terms of the coordination that has to happen. But I think in some respects, our hand is somewhat forced here because we can't pay the owner directly. And, if they were to probably pay back what is owed, then that would change the circumstance. But in this case, our hand is somewhat forced.
Yeah, because I'm just thinking, yeah, thank you for that,
Yeah.
Commissioner.
So think of this as like clearing title. So we can't deal with this property owner directly because of the debt, but going through this process allows us to accomplish the acquisition of the easement, which we want to do. It may provide some remuneration to work off part of the debt. So if we could do it straight away like we normally do with all other easements, we would. But in this case, because of these circumstances, we have to proceed in this way.
Yeah, and I think, how you just, phrased it there, I think it potentially could help the property owner because they'll be in a better financial standing with the debt that they owe to the county and the city, potentially. On the other side of this than they would by just going directly with the easement transaction. So, okay, thank you for that. Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. It carries. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Eric. Okay, that was 9. Resolution number 10 is approving a Michigan Economic Development Corporation grant sharing agreement with Gerald R. Ford International Airport Authority for PFAS contamination risk reduction in an amount of $1,625,000 to assist with the connection of 473 residences to city water service.
So moved.
Support.
Right, so we've been working
Make
with.
this make sense.
Yeah.
Make all those
A
words.
lot of acronyms in this one. So we've been working with Cascade Charter Township to convert 473 properties that are currently on residential wells to the city's domestic water main. So this is an area that Michigan's PFAS Action Response Team has identified as an area of interest due to its proximity to known potential PFAS sources. So this first phase of the project will be bid this spring and is estimated to cost $6 million. You may recall that in June of last year, Commission approved a grant agreement with the state's Department of Environment, Great Lakes and Energy in the amount of $5 million. Now the Gerald R. Ford Airport Authority has since secured a $1,625,000 grant to further support the project through the MEDC. So these funds will reimburse the city for project costs not already covered under our grant through Eagle and essentially make the project whole in terms of this first phase of the effort. So requesting your approval of this grant sharing agreement with the Airport Authority.
Any questions or comments?
No.
Commissioner Jones?
Nope.
Oh, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Carries. Our 11th resolution is approving an increase of $37,600 for the relocation of the East Side Trunk Sewer, contract number 1, for the installation of a rapid flashing beacon with the total project cost not to exceed $9,908,600.
So moved.
Support.
So work on the Market Sewer project is about to resume here at the end of this month, working on the northern phase of that project. Mobile GR is seeking to install a rapid flashing beacon at Weston Street along Market Avenue and would like to incorporate this into the scope of that work while the road is being reconstructed. K&R provided a cost of $26,900.15. They're the contractor for this work, and that was below the estimate of $42,100. The Downtown Development Authority approved all the funding necessary for this work at their meeting back on February 9th, so asking for your approval to increase the contract amount by $37,600, which will bring the new not-to-exceed total for this contract to $9,908,600. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions or comments? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Did I hear an aye?
Yeah.
Okay. Opposed, same sign. It carries. Thank you. Is your mic on? Oh, okay, it is. I don't know why I didn't hear it. Sorry. It's Joe being loud over there. Okay. Resolution number 12, awarding a contract with Caterberg Verhey, Inc. for landscaping and irrigation at the Lake Michigan Filtration Plant in the amount of $170,745, with the total amount not to exceed $275,700.
So moved.
So this work relates to the solar array installation out at the Lake Michigan Filtration Plant. Grand Haven Township's zoning ordinance does not permit solar panels in a front yard. As part of the process, their zoning board of appeals determined that a variance could be met if we installed landscaping to essentially screen or buffer that installation along the Lake Michigan Drive and Lakeshore Drive frontages, seeing that as a mitigation to otherwise potential detriment to nearby owners. So this project will install nearly 500 trees and shrubs along those street frontages. We received 2 bids on February 24th, and Caterberg Verhag did submit the low bid of $170,745, which was below the estimate of $224,000. This work was, as a condition of the variance, was to be completed this spring. However, due to supply chain issues and contractor backlogs, we're not able to do it until the fall. We've relayed that to the township, and they're agreeable to that delay. So requesting your approval of this contract award to Caterberg with the total expenditures not to exceed $275,700, and that financing will come from the water fund. Great. Any questions or comments?
I guess my question, I'm all for planting trees, but if we're planting 500 trees right where we're looking to capture solar, that feels a little counterintuitive. So could you just walk me through that a little bit?
Yeah, don't block the sun. In 10 to 20 years, we don't want to be scratching our heads. I get it. No, that certainly was factored in terms of, the size of material selected, the placement of it, but we still expect to receive the necessary sunlight to achieve the project objectives.
Great.
Good question, Commissioner.
Yep.
Any other questions or comments? All in favor, signal by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Carries. Thank you. Our 13th resolution is authorizing engineering services for a bridge inspection program in an amount not to exceed $30,900 and awarding term agreements with other bridge-related consultant services with total amount not to exceed $250,000.
So moved.
Support.
So the previous term agreement that we had for these services originated back in 2016 and was subsequently extended on 2 occasions and ran through February 9th of this year. We recently issued a request for qualifications out to numerous consulting firms, 5 of which submitted response packages that have been reviewed by staff in our department, and we're recommending that all 5 be retained for as-needed bridge-related services. So this item, Part 1, requests your approval of term agreements with Scott Civil, DLZ, Fleece and Vanderbrink, Fishbeck and Rowe, retaining each of those consultants for as-needed services for a 2-year period. The agreements include an option for the city to extend at the city's desire, and authorizing a total of $250,000 for those services. Now, as part of that process, we further requested these firms to submit proposals to handle our bridge inspection program, which includes biennial structural analysis and the necessary documentation and reporting of all of our roadway and pedestrian bridges. So we would like to authorize Scott Civil, which is one of those 5 firms, to complete this work, and that total estimated expenditure not to exceed amount is $30,900, which will be performed under the term agreement authorization of $250,000. Got it. Any questions or comments? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. It carries. Next, we have a resolution approving a project management agreement between the City of Grand Rapids and the Grand Rapids Public Museum.
So moved.
Who's handling this one? I will. I Oh, got okay. one more, and then I'll tap out. In 2007, a lease and operations agreement was executed between the city and the museum, and since that time, the engineering department's offered project management services from time to time on various projects that the museum's undertaken. With the upcoming additions and renovations projects that they have lined up, conversations have led to the decision that a formal project and management agreement should be executed between the city and museum to formalize the relationship and allow for clarity in the management of these upcoming projects as well as future projects. So requesting your approval of this agreement. Yeah, I only have one question when I was looking at this item, and that's, so then will all of their contracts come through the city, or is it really just kind of serving externally on behalf of the museum or to support them, or will everything now come through the city? So we do bid their projects through the engineering department, and then the awards would come before you, but the funding source would be provided by the museum.
Yeah.
Okay. Any questions or comments? Thank you. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. It carries. Thank you. Thank you. Next, we have a resolution scheduling a public hearing on April 12th, 2022 for programmatic agreements with the Michigan State Historic Preservation Officer.
So moved.
Support.
Good morning.
So this is our annual public hearing for two programmatic agreements between the city and the Michigan State Historic Preservation Officer. This helps us comply with our Section 106 requirements. Section 106 of the National Historic Preservation Act requires federal agencies to actually solicit comment in terms of their undertakings of the use of federal funds and their impact or effect on historic properties, and HUD kindly delegates that authority to local jurisdictions, so we take on that work. These programmatic agreements are really important for us because it really allows us some local control and ability to make some decisions that don't all have to go to the state for their review process, which can take a very long time, so it makes the process much more expedient. And it covers two types of programs. One that covers non-lead hazard reduction activities. So we have the Community Development Block Grant, the Home Investment Partnerships and Emergency Solutions Grants that don't do those activities. That's under this agreement. And then the second agreement are those that actually do cover lead hazard activities. And so that would be our lead hazard control demonstration program and reduction programs through the CDBG, as well as CDBG and home funds.
Great. Any questions, comments?
Oh, and I'm sorry, Commissioner, I should mention that there is also the public comment period is not just the public hearing, but it extends through from March 25th through April 25th. So any written comments would be obtained as well.
Thank you for that. All in favor, signal with aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. It carries. The next resolution is scheduling a public hearing on April 12th, 2022 for the draft FY 2023 Consolidated Housing and Community Development Annual Action Plan and draft Home Investment Partnerships Program, American Rescue Plan, and funding recommendations. Excuse me.
Support.
Sorry, I know that's a mouthful. So again, this is our annual public hearing for funding recommendations that where the city invests our annual allocations of federal dollars that come into the city through the Community Development Block Grant, the Home Investment Partnerships, and the Emergency Solutions Grants. We wrap that under what we call the Neighborhood Investment Plan, and that represents, and then that gets translated into what the federal government calls an annual action plan. And so this would represent year 2 under our consolidated 5-year plan and the investments that we're going to make. As part of the process this year, we have added the supplemental home funds that we were receiving through ARP, and there was an allocation plan that was recently approved. And so even though we're not required to hold a public hearing for consideration of those projects, we wanted to make it one process to the extent that we could, and so we're bringing that forward at the same time. And again, this also has the public hearing for verbal comment or oral comment, and then you can provide written comments from March 25th through April 25th.
Thank you. Any questions or comments? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. It carries.
Thanks.
Thank you. Our 17th item is a resolution scheduling a public hearing to consider a revised Brownfield plan amendment for the Jackson Entertainment LLC redevelopment project at 120 Ottawa Avenue and 100 Oak Street Southwest.
So moved.
Support.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Morning.
So this is scheduling that public hearing again to assist with the development of a new 212,000 square foot, 16-story residential tower at Studio Park above the existing parking ramp. If you recall, this original project was approved the Brownfield Authority in 2017 in just under $23 million of Brownfield eligible expenses. The only reason we're coming now is because this phase 2 was initially excluded, so now we have to add it in. But it does not change the amount. It just allows them to add it into the plan. The amount is the same and essentially accelerates their payments again, but for the same amount of $22.9 million. The developer again is also seeking an NEZ exemption only for the proposed apartment units, 165. That NEZ hearing will be also held on March 29th, so will this be coming together. And again, this project has a inclusion plan of approximately $1.8 million for this phase 2. But more importantly, this project has also received support from the DDA for fire suppression, parking ramps, and elevators, as it was supported as well as the first phase. So this is essentially truly just a phase through. No new money recommitted from the Brownfield side of the equation other than adding the new tower to the plan.
Great, thank you. Jeremiah, do you know if the other housing building, if it's full right now?
Yeah,
At Studio Park?
Yeah, so at the Brownfield public hearing, they, I believe they shared there's actually a waiting list.
Wow,
So this is.
So there's a need.
Yeah, there's
Yeah,
a need. So
great
this
need.
has actually accelerated their timeline.
great,
Yeah.
thank you. Any questions or comments, colleagues? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. It carries. Our 8th resolution, I think I'll take the 18th and 19th together, and then Jeremiah, you can just cover them all. The 18th is a resolution scheduling a public hearing on a request to establish a commercial redevelopment district pursuant to Public Act 255 of 1978 for Full of Green Gold LLC at 3 Lexington Avenue Northwest. And the 19th resolution is scheduling a public hearing to consider an application for a 12-year commercial facilities exemption certificate for a $3.1 million project to be located at 3 Lexington Avenue Northwest, filed by Full of Green Gold LLC.
Support.
Does it
Or
move?
so moved, sorry. So moved.
I'll go ahead and support that.
Thank you.
Yeah, sure.
So these two items, again, related, one establishing the commercial redevelopment district and the commercial facilities exemption. For context, this works the same way as our industrial facilities tax exemption, or Industrial Facilities Act, which is we're having a public hearing this evening on. The only difference is this is eligible, has to be gone through this way because it does not include commercial housing or a industrial high-tech facility. So this evening, the difference is this is just a program that exists through MEDC, and we wanted to use the same benefits as it would for those other programs, but because it is a pure office use, this is why we introduced it this way. So it works the same way. Again, it's a 4-story commercial facility, and the Construction Simplified, who's the contractor, and their offices will be using the upper 3 floors, I'm sorry, the 2 of the upper 3 floors for their new headquarters. And then it will result in about 4,500 square feet of new office space available in for an office tenant. The overall cost of development is around $3 million. But more importantly, they expect to add 5 new employees for the company themselves, and then they also, in their inclusion plan, have exceeded 33% for their inclusion plan. So very strong inclusion plan participation. And the West Side Corridor Improvement Authority has also supported it last week with 2 particular programs with their Business Improvement Grant Program and their Development Support Policy, roughly about $160,000 in total. So again, this public hearing will be held on March 29th for this commercial facility exemption certificate, or sorry, district and certificate.
Thank you for that. I do have a question. Should the date be in the resolution of the public hearing? I know sometimes, frequently it is, and just in case it needs to be there, you may want to change that before tonight for Is it 18? 18? Mm-hmm. Oh, on the subject,
you're
saying?
Yeah.
Oh, yes, sorry, yes, we
Mm-hmm.
can change that.
Okay.
Actually.
You're saying no,
it's not
city
an 18
attorney?
It's not an 18 or 19.
As long as it's in, I don't have the resolution language in front of me, but I'd be surprised if one of those got past us without a date on it.
Okay,
Both
so
of them.
it is in the resolution?
It is in the
It doesn't
resolution.
need to be in this title? Okay.
No, I'm checking both resolutions. They do share Tuesday.
Yeah,
March
they're
9th.
in there, yeah.
I'm sorry, that's a good point. So we'll make sure when we do agenda review and, because it's not number 17 either, the date, we'll make sure, 4 years ago we started adding dollar amounts, now we'll start adding dates.
Yeah,
So
well, and I
that's-
think, and for me, I think that's what I typically have seen, so that's the only reason I'm asking the question. If it's optional, I think that's fine too, but,
Yeah.
No, I think that's a good point. We can make sure we have those in the future.
okay,
Yeah,
thank you.
We'll make sure in the future, but I don't think there's any changes for this evening, but we'll make sure to put
Okay.
them in the next 29th meeting.
Sounds good, thank you. Any other questions or comments?
I had a chance to meet with Construction Simplified just last week to look at the plans for this, and it's a very attractive building. I appreciate their commitment to the inclusion plan, and we had a good discussion about that as well. So I think it's a really great project on largely vacant land.
Great. Commissioner, any comments, questions? So I'm going to call the question on both of those final two agenda items. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, same sign? It carries. That concludes the community development meeting with 3 minutes to spare before Cal. So thank you. Everybody shifts but Joel. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to our Committee of the Whole meeting on this beautiful March day. It's good to have everyone with us. Commissioners, we're going to veer a little bit off from the agenda just to bring a couple things to your attention. I'd like to start by taking some time as we start our Committee of the Whole to recognize a community member who has given much of her life to community service and having an impact on our community. So I want to bring your attention to that. But then also, Commissioners, we had an item pulled from Fiscal that will be added to our agenda. City Clerk? Number 9. So just to be prepared for that, we added an action item, and then we'll get to that before we go into the 2 briefings at the end of our action items. All right, so with that, I would like to take this opportunity and moment to turn to our city manager so that we can take some time to honor Bobby Butler. So City Manager, do you want to start? And then I'll go. Then we'll give Ms. Butler an opportunity to say a few words, and then we can maybe take a picture together and then move on from there. So City Manager?
Thank you, Mayor, and good morning, Commissioners and members of the public. It's my pleasure today of this, during this Women's History Month, to actually acknowledge a couple of history makers. I'm pleased to have Kate Behrens, Deputy City Manager, join us this morning, who is joining us from Bellevue. Happy to have her on board, making history as our first female deputy city manager, but also I'm pleased today to acknowledge a longtime stalwart in our community, Miss Bobby Butler. And the reason that we're here today is to acknowledge her exceptional tenure as a housing commissioner. And just to give you some context, the Housing Commission was established here in Grand Rapids in 1966, I believe. And Ms. Butler joined the commission shortly thereafter and has been a member on appointee for 45 years. 45 years. That is And she is no stranger to public service, as the mayor said, that she served actually as a city employee. Thank you, Patty, for helping with her long tenured, helping us recount her long tenured service as the city's first communities relations director from 1970 through 1976, which was the predecessor of the equal opportunity director for the city of Grand Rapids. And in 76, the Equal Opportunity Department was created for the city, and Ms. Butler served as the first Equal Opportunity Director from 76 to 78, and she went on to serve at the state level as well in a similar capacity. She provided leadership for the city's first affirmative action plan, the city's first contract compliance program, the city's first sexual harassment policy, and the city's first MWBE program. And it was the first in the state of Michigan. So she has served long and well, and doing so in a volunteer capacity, and has served under 3 executive directors for the Housing Commission, countless mayors and managers, and has been pretty phenomenal, as you'll hear the mayor say, in leading some of the programming and advancement that is affirmatively advanced housing for members of our community. And it is my pleasure to be part of this historic moment, and I'm glad that our family and our friends and members of the staff are here, and all of you to witness history in our site. So thank you, Mayor, for allowing us to have this opportunity to recognize Ms. Butler this morning.
Thank you, City Manager. And I'm going to go to the podium to read this proclamation before I give it to Ms. Butler. And then, City Manager, do you want to join me down there as well? All right, so I'm going to read a proclamation, and then we'll ask you to come up, and you're welcome to say a few words afterwards. So whereas Bobby Butler was first appointed to the Grand Rapids Housing Commission by City Manager Joseph Zania and confirmed by the Grand Rapids Housing Commission on January 4th of 1977. And whereas Bobby has worked tirelessly over the past 4 decades to find fiscally sound ways to support families, neighborhoods, and empower economic self-sufficiency, and alongside with her fellow commission members, they have overseen the development of thousands of units of affordable housing, including Ransom Tower, Campaugh Court, Mount Mercy, Creston Plaza, and Antoine Court. And whereas Bobby, alongside the commission, adapted over time to the changing housing needs, policies, and strategies, overseeing the growth of various iterations of Section 8 programs, providing rental assistance and home ownership opportunities for low-income families in conjunction with the Department of Housing and Urban Development, or as we call it, HUD. Whereas Bobby has been a constant champion for the city's most vulnerable, helping to open Hope Community, a transitional housing program for homeless women and their minor dependent children that includes 24 units of housing, a child care center, and a 2-year curriculum to assist families to become economically self-sufficient and reduce recidivism. Shelter Plus Care, providing units to homeless veterans and their surviving spouses, and the Home at Last initiative, partnering with Network 180 to help individuals experiencing chronic homelessness maintain stable housing. And whereas Bobby's length of service on the Grand Rapids Housing Commission has been unprecedented, giving her the honor of being its longest-serving board member. Now therefore I, Rosalind Bliss, Mayor of the City of Grand Rapids, do hereby recognize Bobby Butler for her incredible impact on our community through her dedication, passion, and tireless service. There you go. Do you want to? You're welcome. Do you want to say a few words? And then maybe we can come up and take a picture. Okay.
Okay. Oh, to the city manager, the mayor, city commissioners, and guests, I am truly honored. But when the city managers talked about the length of time that I was on the housing commission, I just want you all to know that I'm not that old. So I don't know where he got that from. But on the serious side, it has been really a pleasure for me. I want to introduce my family, and then I have just a couple of short stories I want to tell you. So my family is, if you all would just stand, the 2 people that are standing there, the one with the blue mask on is my sister. We call her V. And the one with the gray sweater on is my adopted sister, and we call her Zake. Go on, Ellen. And Ellen James with the gray sweater on, everybody knows who she is. She is my adopted sister. And the one in the purple shirt back taking pictures, she is my niece. She was my my sister's who passed away. She was her mother. So that's my family that's here. And then there's my husband Gordon, who's standing there in the white shirt. So that's my family. Back to the Housing Commission, when Joe Zania, he was the city manager, asked me if I would serve, and I said to him, I said, you know, I'm already doing a job. He said, yeah, but this won't be that much, Bobby. You can, I just want to, he said, I really want to find out what is going on. So I went to my first meeting, and when I got there, there was a director whose name was Ruth Wunsch. And Ruth was a really nice person. She and I got along really well. And she said, Well, Mr. O'Keefe is having a little meeting with the commissioners. He's briefing them. And so I went on and I said, okay. The second meeting, it was the same thing. And I thought, well, this is not right. So I just walked in the meeting. And when I walked in, everybody stopped talking. So I wanted to know what was going on. So Mr. O'Keefe said, I'm just briefing people, Bobby, on what's going to happen. I said, well, why wasn't I part of the briefing? He said, well, everything comes out on the floor anyway. He said, so you would have known. And I said, yeah, but I like to know things from the beginning. I said, you know, I'm just trying to learn about housing and what is going on. Well, he gave me some crazy answer. And so I sat down and so I listened to him and I thought, that sounds like they have a meeting before the meeting. Now, what he didn't know is that for I don't know how many years, there was a group of us that got together and we had meetings to discuss community issues. We made recommendations throughout the community, from the police on down, and so I was kind of accustomed to that, but it wasn't a formal meeting. This was supposed to be a formal meeting. Then we got to Burton Breton, probably a building over there, and so the community was really in an uproar, and we had to take a vote. And all of 5 of us voted that we wanted to designate that space as a place for housing. So we went and we were having a public hearing, and 2 of the commissioners who had voted for it in the public hearing said, oh, I'm not supporting that. I'm not supporting it. Well, being young and dumb, at that time I was young, I said in the meeting, that's not what you said in the meeting. And Mr. O'Keefe looked at me, they looked at me like they thought I thought I was doing the right thing. You're supposed to tell the truth, aren't you? So anyway, that got kind of heated there when we got back and had our little talk. I said, well, my mama told me you never lie. That was the only thing I could think to say to them. But I was so angry. So when I went back and I told the city manager what was going on, and I said, they have separate meetings and they have this. So he called Mr. O'Keefe in, and I don't know what words they said, but they did have a discussion, but we no longer, to my knowledge, had separate meetings before I was called in. And there's only one other little thing that was during the time that I was Equal Opportunity Director and on the Housing Commission. The police department was having some real problems with recognizing people, putting them in jail for this, for that, or the other. So I got a group of about 30 people, community people, social workers, attorneys, and there was a guy out of Ann Arbor who was a psychologist. He came in and trained all of us to work with the police, and we came up with a list of about 10 things, organizations that police could go to when there was a problem. And then we also came up with, we wanted to ride with the police. Now the police chief police chief wasn't too pleased with that, but the city manager said, I think that's a good idea. And I wanted to ride Charlie section, because that's where all the action was, in Charlie. And so I did. I learned a lot. The police at first was really angry with us, but they got over it. And a friend of mine who was on that committee told me not too long ago that she ran into one of the officers that we had trained, and he said that I still have that list of names you all gave us to refer people to whenever there was a problem. So that, I think that was, and my other thing with the police was, I said to the city manager, we need to have them psychologically tested before they're out there. We don't know who we're hiring. And so we did begin to test the police psychologically, and the police chief Haggard, he did not want me to see those tests. And I said, what's wrong with him? So anyway, the city manager said, Bobby can see him. And so I was kind of pleased with that. There were lots of other things that happened, but those are two of the things that just popped up in my mind that we did that I was really pleased with. And so I would say I do appreciate this. I am honored. I did not expect such, in all honesty. So I thank you all very much. Thank you, City Manager. Thank you, Mayor. And I know that you all are busy, so I won't take up any more of your time. Thank you very much.
You want to come up here, Bobby, and we'll get a picture?
Oh, sure.
And I'll invite my colleagues on the commission to come on down. Do you want to come right up here?
And Ms. Butler, while they're coming down, I want to just also offer you this plaque for your appreciation of 45 years of service to the City of Grand Rapids Housing Commission.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you. All right.
Serena wants a word.
Hold on in the middle.
Flowers, oh my goodness.
And flowers.
Let's go on up.
Okay.
Anita's coming.
Right here.
A friend of mine.
All right, thank you, commissioners, and congratulations again, and thank you, Ms. Butler. Good to have all of you with us this morning. All right, commissioners, let's go then on to our action items, and we'll start with our very first item before us, and this is a resolution approving a request from GR Tacos LLC for a new Class C liquor license, and this is to be located at 37 Ottawa Avenue Northwest. Can I get a motion?
Moved. Support.
All right, moved and supported. City Clerk, anything to add on this?
Nope, they've gone through all their approvals from all the different departments.
All right, commissioners, any questions or comments? All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? It carries. All right, that will take us to a resolution approving a request from Eastern Kill Distillery for a new off-premise tasting room license, and this is located at 634 Wealthy Street Southeast.
So moved.
Support.
All right, moved and supported. City Clerk, anything to add on this?
Nope.
All right, I think all of us are happy to see that they decided to open another location in the city now that we know that they're moving from North Monroe. So this is nice to see before us today. Commissioners, any questions or comments? All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? It carries. All right, next will take us to a resolution approving a request from Long Road Distilleries LLC for a new off-premise tasting room located at 959 Cherry Street Southeast. Can I get a motion?
I'll move it.
All right, moved and supported. And then commissioners, Commissioner O'Connor is abstaining from this vote, so he has left so that we can have a discussion and cast a vote on this item. City Clerk, anything to add?
I don't, but it looks like we're going to be becoming Spirit City along with Beer City.
Wow,
So
another list. All right.
I just have one question. When is he coming to the third ward? But I guess I can ask that.
This one's kind of
closer,
split, right? Like
getting closer,
Eastern
getting
Hills on one
closer.
side.
That's right.
And in the third ward, and this is in the second ward. All right, commissioners, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All right, and then note that one abstention by our colleague, Commissioner O'Connor. All right, that will take us to our fourth item. This is a resolution declaring the necessity of the Uptown Business Improvement District Special Assessment Roll number 8766 and its Marketing and Development Plan. Can I get a motion?
So moved.
Support.
All right, moved and supported. And Commissioners, we have Mr. Gracia here to tell us about this item, but we did have a public hearing on this, so I know many of us are familiar with this. That's before it came before us. So, Mr. Gracia?
Yes, Mayor and Commissioners, good morning. Correct, the public hearing was held at our last meeting. Again, just a summation of that is this is a 3-year assessment with an annual 3% increase over those 3 years to support the Uptown Business Improvement District for their activities, eligible activities. And again, this is the first time that they have increased these over the last 7 years. So happy to answer any other questions.
All right, thank you. Commissioners, any questions? We did have a public hearing and we did not hear any opposition to this. So any questions or comments? All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? It carries. All right, next that will take us to a resolution approving a Brownfield plan amendment for the Union Suites on Coit redevelopment project, and this is located at 608 to 626 Coit Avenue Northeast. Can I get a motion?
So moved.
Support.
All right, moved and supported. We have Mr. Gracia here again to tell us about this item.
Yes, Mayor, this is also a public hearing held at the last commission meeting, again for the Brownfield plan amendment for these affordable housing units at 608, 626 Coit. They are supported by the neighborhood and the school. And again, the local Brownfield revolving fund will be supporting this for eligible costs up to $400,000.
Great. Thank you. And Commissioners, just to draw your attention, these units, the vast majority of them will be between 30 and 80% AMI, with a couple being at 60% AMI. So, good news for the neighborhood. Commissioners, any questions or comments? All right. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? It carries. All right, Commissioners, next that will take us to consideration of zoning ordinance text amendments to allow administrative departures to reduce residential lot width recommendation or lot width requirements to support incremental infill development for single and two-family dwellings. Can I get a motion?
Support.
All right, moved and supported. We have Ms. Turkelson here to tell us about this item. This is an item that we did discuss briefly at our Economic Development Project team, and I'm happy to see it move forward and be here before us today. So, Ms. Turkelson, you want to tell us about this?
Yes, good morning, Mayor, Commission. Thank you for this opportunity to present to you a little bit more detail about the proposed text amendment. Overall, this text amendment is quite simplistic in its concept. However, the details and the ability to weave it into our ordinance is a little bit more complicated. So I'm going to try to stick with the conceptual level with some of the key elements of the plan, and then certainly myself and Ms. Lene Wells would be available for any questions. So before you today is a request to set ordinance consideration of March 29th for a new zoning text amendment. The amendment, as I said, is pretty simple on the surface. It's to allow for reduction of the lot width requirements to support infill development of new single and two-family dwellings. The Planning Commission did hold a public hearing on February 24th and recommended approval of the amendment. I mentioned Ms. Lene Wells. This amendment was actually submitted by the Fulton Group, so it's not a staff-initiated amendment. So that's something I think relatively new for us. I haven't had one since I began at the city, but certainly their right to submit an amendment. So their objectives are listed on the screen, and I think that these might look familiar as they perhaps closely align with some of our objectives, that recognizing the need for additional housing supply. It would eliminate the need for reduce the need at least, possibly eliminate the need for dimensional variances, support reinvestment in our neighborhoods, and support the preservation of existing housing structures. This was really a collaborative effort. So though it was initiated by the Fulton Group, it does not solely serve their purpose. It would have citywide impacts. They did retain the services of Miss Lene Wells of Aligned Planning, who is a professional planner in the city of Grand Rapids and has worked with me in the past as well. Also, Mr. Ryan Kilpatrick of Housing Next also participated in this process. So together we further developed their concept of the ordinance language and the ordinance language itself so that it could be appropriately integrated into our current zoning ordinance. So these are really the key elements of the plan, of the amendment itself. So it would allow for the reduction of lot widths for newly created lots supporting single and two family. Lots without alley access as proposed, we could reduce to a minimum of 36 feet. Lots that do have alley access, which are predominantly within our TN district, traditional neighborhood districts, I've got a graphic in a moment that I can show you, those we could reduce further than the 36 feet in lot width, but no less than the original plat. And in my staff report, I've given you a little bit of history on platting in the city of Grand Rapids. It's overly complicated, and just know that it does vary throughout the city. And you can see largely how our pattern of development, how we've grown and developed, is largely reflective of the original platting. I think it's important to note that the review process doesn't change, so it's currently consistent. So meaning that any new single-family homes would be handled administratively or by staff, and any two-family dwellings would predominantly be handled by the Planning Commission, meaning the Planning Commission would then consider the lot width reduction as part of their use considerations. That's specific to the low-density residential, which is about 90% of our residential zone districts. We do have some mixed-density residential or MDR districts. Very few areas of the city are MDR, but in those cases, two-family dwellings are by right or staff level approval. So that's where I get into the weeds there a little bit. But predominantly, Planning Commission would make that determination. So the amendment itself would facilitate infill development on smaller vacant and underutilized lots. We would utilize the administrative departure requirements or standards. And those are separate standards that we would be utilizing. And I think one of the key standards that might be of interest is that we do look at the pattern of development. What's the compatibility or what is the neighborhood context already like? And would this provide a detriment? If staff does not feel comfortable, it is not a gimme. We don't have to issue the departure, in which case we could either punt it to the Planning Commission for consideration, or we could deny it, of course, and then there's appeal rights through that process. So we are not changing the underlying requirement of the lot width requirements. It's a separate step. And that was strategic for reasons I'll get to in a moment. And so I think it's also important to note that this is not to be used in conjunction with any demolition. So it's really intended to support the preservation of our existing housing stock. So a property owner could not consolidate, demolish, and then begin subdividing utilizing this process. So I think that that's helpful and perhaps reassuring as well, because we do want to preserve that existing housing stock, as it tends to be some of our most affordable housing. So stepping back out a little bit, I mentioned about the platting and the neighborhood development and the character. So this graphic should look familiar to you, or maybe it looks familiar to you, in that it was part of the 2002 master planning process. The precursor to that was what we called our neighborhood pattern workbook, and that helped really inform some of the conversations that we had as part of the community master plan process in 2002 that ultimately led to the current code requirements for, in this case, lot widths. And so you can see how the city did grow and develop. We started in the 1850s and 1900s, where we had that turn of the century development in the yellow zones. We also had the early 20th century neighborhoods in the blue zones, and then subsequent, of course, to post-war and late 20th century. One of the, again, for perspective of this requirement or this consideration, I think that the lot widths do vary. So that's one of the elements that I think is important to note is really that 36-foot mark that's being proposed as part of this amendment is really more consistent with that turn of the century or the early early 20th century growth patterns. So that's what we currently call our TN, or our traditional neighborhood, where we allow for lot widths that are significantly less than our modern era neighborhoods or our late 20th century neighborhoods, where we have larger development patterns. So that's one of the elements that I think is really important, and I'll circle back to for part of your consideration is whether we think that that's appropriate for 36 feet to be the minimum in all areas of our city. Or should we consider maybe a variation of this amendment, which would perhaps more closely align with what you're seeing on your screen here, and look at that gradation. So the numbers that are currently in our ordinance, that's not the way to word that, I'm sorry. The numbers that we're seeing here in our master plan are closer to that 36 foot for TNs, our 42 foot for our mid-century or the post-war neighborhoods, and closer to that 60 foot mark for our late 20th century. So again, I'll circle back on that in a moment, but just think about that, because I think that that's really an important element of this, as to whether we think that 36 foot, potentially, we still have the departure standards and such, but going down to 36 feet is really appropriate for neighborhoods, for example, on our far northeast side, where we tend to see larger development patterns. So this tries to get into that practical application of the ordinance, of the amendment itself. So there's kind of two variations of how this could be applied. So we call it extra wide side yards. That's not a defined term, but you know it when you see it. You have an existing single-family lot that looks like they've got a really wide side yard, right? And probably historically, that was two platted lots or variations thereof that were combined. In some cases, those were just larger platted lots, less typical. So what this amendment would do is, if we look at my animation worked. If we look at the red box circling, this is just a typical city lot in our traditional neighborhoods. So we look at that and said, wow, that has a really wide side yard. Perhaps there's an opportunity to split that parcel. Today, because of how we calculate required lot widths, it's a median of the block around it. So in this particular case, even though it looks extra wide, it could not be split because those two lots would not meet the median required. So it's sort of stuck that way, right? And that is further challenged if this home on the screen here were a two-family, because our two-family lot requirements is even wider. It's the 130% greater than the single-family. That's where we get into the weeds, which I realize is complicated. So stepping back out, just know that this lot could not be split. So if this proposed amendment were passed, city staff would then be able to consider a lot width reduction from that median requirement down to 36 feet and allow for that property to be split. And that would be irregardless of whether or not it was a single or a two-family. What this could also do is to say the new lot on what was formerly the side yard, the new structure, staff could approve a single family, and the Planning Commission could consider a two-family in that location. So that's giving us a little bit of flexibility. Again, it's a vacant lot supporting that incremental infill of new housing to increase our housing supply. Oh, and then the lower graphic there is what I've just described, with the potential of a new structure on what would effectively now be Lot B. So again, a reminder that no new lot may be less than 36 feet. The exception there is if it's accessible by an alley, and that's where we look to what is the original plat, and if the original plat is less than 36 feet, then that would give us more flexibility. So those dimensions are important because that could change a little bit the look and feel for that home, right? That it could be, it's a lot size that's smaller, which subsequently would require a smaller looking structure, less width, possibly, not necessarily guaranteed. But that's just one of those important things that we consider about what is that impact and is that appropriate. So I mentioned I did have a graphic for where are our alleys. The numbers aren't necessarily appropriate, but we're the development center. We track everything and with our metrics, and so our alleys are really concentrated in our traditional neighborhoods, or our neighborhoods that were kind of developed pre-World War I. So we do have some alleys that are on the periphery, just it's less common. So what that does is tell us that for the most part, any lot that could be less than 36 feet down to that, whatever that plat might be, would largely be available for properties within our traditional neighborhoods. There is support for this. So I think backing out a little bit, well, no, I won't back out yet. So there is support for this. I mentioned in the 2002 master plan, it's not direct. We don't speak directly to the lot width requirements. That direct reference would, of course, support what we have today. But we really do focus on diversifying the housing stock, making sure that we have housing supply for all. We also have the housing needs assessment that was done from Mr. Ryan Kilpatrick that was a little bit more specific to lot width, but certainly demonstrated the critical need that we have for housing. Both the 2015 Great Housing Strategies and 2018 Housing Now report also speak to the need for additional housing supply. So that's where I'm going to step out a little bit to say, you know, some of those efforts we really looked to and said, let's tackle that as part of our community master planning process. And that makes a lot of sense, right? Back in 2015 and 2018, we thought, yeah, let's do that. What we didn't know was we were going to have a global pandemic that would probably defer our attention to something else and thus delay the completion of a new master plan. We also had some pretty significant staffing turnovers within the planning department that greatly impacted our capacity to embark upon a community master plan more quickly. And so at this point, we're looking at a different timeline, right? We're looking at closer to a 2024 completion and then codifying or creating code to implement the master plan. That's always fun. That's going to take another year or two. So we're still several years away from any practical implications of any master planning or community master plan updates. So that's why I think through the conversations that I've had with community, they said, you know, we need housing now. We know that. Give us the tools to do that. And from a staff perspective, that's a really difficult position because we looked at it and said, you know, we've had these processes that suggest we can wait. Well, the Fulton group said, you know what, we want to put forth amendments. And of course, they did the right thing, I think, by hiring a professional planner to help facilitate that conversation. So that's sort of, I think, important to understand that timeline and that step of why things are happening in the order that they're happening in. So I am not Ryan Kilpatrick. I can probably not do his slides justice, but you've seen these before, ultimately reiterating the critical need for the new rental units within the city. We need 5,300 by 2025. We need 3,500 owner-occupied units by 2025. So from a planning perspective, how are we going to do that? If we don't have good housing policy changes, it's going to be very difficult for us to achieve that need. But at the same time, we want to be very cognizant of employing good planning principles and not undermine the stability of existing neighborhoods. So we're trying to thread that needle. Ryan Kilpatrick's team did do some outreach for us. He did let the neighborhood associations know. He offered to meet with them to make sure that there was an understanding of what this code is, what the purpose of it was. He did attend some board meetings to help discuss that amendment further. I will also note that there was a request from the Boston Square Neighborhood Association to delay this. And unfortunately, I don't have the benefit of Ryan being here to clarify this, but what I think the request was to look at that, Jeremiah, it's the scorecard, the checklist. But I think that those are two separate things, so both equally important. But the equitable development scorecard that's being worked on and the economic development support policy, those don't necessarily pertain to single family and two family housing. So I'm not sure that these two are directly correlated. They're different initiatives and would have different outcomes. So through my observations of putting this together, and I mentioned that it's pretty uber complicated, and I'm greatly appreciative of the collaborative partnership with Ms. Wells. However, I do think with this, through the creation of your packet together and kind of pulling this presentation together, I had an opportunity to further think and thought, that doesn't sound right, to further evaluate this amendment and think that there might be some merit in us, I don't know if pausing the right word, but taking 2 weeks to look at those TN or MCN and MON districts and maybe establish a number greater than the 36 feet for the MCN and MON district. So I'm a little bit concerned about what 36 feet would look like in the MON district. That's not to say I'm not supportive of this amendment conceptually, but I think perhaps it could be improved upon if we were to look at the existing pattern of development and adding these dimensions to the existing amendment or the proposed amendment. I did talk with Ms. Wells about this, gave her a heads up. I don't want to speak with her, but I don't think that she had any concern about that clarification, or I should say modification, being added. My animation stayed. The other observation that I had was, I think what we intended is really to do with vacant lots. So bear with me for a moment, and I apologize. I know I'm taking more time than maybe was hoped for. The vacant lots, this amendment as it was drafted really focuses on the creation of new lots. So if it's an existing, I do have animation there. If it's an existing vacant lot today, this amendment as it's drafted would not give the ability for the Planning Commission to give a lot width reduction to support a two-family within that parcel that's outlined in red. It's a little illogical because if we can create new lots, the Planning Commission can consider it, but if it's an existing lot, they can't. I don't honestly believe that that was the intent. Again, when I was pulling together this packet, when we look at the red line version that you have in front of you, and I'll read it for you so you don't have to, but Part 5 says that it's a departure for the creation of new lots with residential uses. So new lots with residential uses. Had we struck the word new, we might have been a little bit further, but code is never simple. If we strike the word new and leave it at that, which would be the easy solution perhaps today, is then that doesn't prohibit the conversion of existing single family to two family. And I'm not sure that that is something that we really wanted to see. So new construction of two family, I think, was something that we're moving the needle in the right direction, right? But whether we want to allow conversions, which would be a more significant number or volume, I think that there might be more concern with that. So I apologize for interjecting some perhaps element of, oh gosh, are we on the right track here? But I do think that these are important considerations. So that's two things. One is whether we want that variation of the lot widths to closer reflect the maps that I've mentioned from the neighborhood pattern workbook, the 4 colored coded sections, and then also giving us the flexibility, the desired flexibility, I think, to allow for existing vacant lots to be considered for two-family. I think that those are important amendments. I'm concerned about the concept of trying to make these amendments between morning and night. Code sometimes has a tricky way of reacting when you try to make last-minute amendments. So it might behoove us to pause for 2 weeks, come back, reintroduce a clean version if you are supportive of my observations, and then keep moving forward. But that's ultimately a policy consideration for you. And that's not a very succinct way of wrapping up my presentation, but anyways, so I do know Ms. Lene Wells is here. I know that she's available also for questions. If she would like to supplement, I think that would be appropriate as well.
Yeah.
But that concludes my presentation.
Thank you. I will invite Ms. Wells up if she wants to add some of her thoughts on these amendments, and then commissioners, we can have a discussion. I think Ms. Turkelson makes a good point. I personally would rather take a little bit more time and think this through, but we can have that conversation after Ms. Wells has a chance to say a few words. So first, I'd like to say thanks for your work on this and bringing it forward. You've done a lot of great work in partnership with us throughout the years, and we appreciate you continuing to work on these changes to help us with our needs around housing. So.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Mayor and Commissioners. I'm happy to be here today. I just want to first thank the Planning Department for the collaboration and the opportunity to work together with their staff and leadership. It's certainly been a great collaborative process.
As you know, we're very supportive as Align Planning and also my client for infill development and helping the city realize its housing goals, not only in the neighborhoods that Kristen has spoke about, but I've personally been involved in several of our area-specific plans, Division United, a most recent example where we did an analysis of our zoning ordinance and did identify some of these opportunities for modification that could help make those incremental changes to see more infill development and help with prosperity, like building prosperity of property owners. Imagine a vacant lot that you had no ability to develop even in a consistent way with the pattern of that street space. Or if you had an extra large lot or wide lot, the opportunity that that could bring to sell and to develop either on your own or in collaboration with others. So it's a quick way to see people's options broaden for infill and for providing more housing in our communities. I also think that this can be, the ordinance as written can be a bit of a barrier to entry for people wanting to do that type of development. Any additional steps with planning commission, ZBA, staff, it can cause psychological, challenges. It's just time and money. And so we wanted to find a way that would kind of create this opportunity for this new pathway to prosperity, as I mentioned, and revenue growth. These are areas that are served with infrastructure. They have utilities. We have streets. It's just a great way to take advantage of that investment that we've already made in our neighborhoods. So we're looking forward to your support on this. We're happy to work with staff to do these kind of more little surgical modifications and then be back in a couple of weeks. Thank you.
Thank you. So Commissioners, I'll open it up for questions or comments. Commissioner Lanier?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the very thorough presentation, Ms. Turkelson. I appreciated all of your step backs and jumping in and coming out. So because that was really helpful to kind of hear more context. I do have a few questions and a few comments. On slide 5, I think there's an area for the development error under the late 20th century neighborhood. I think the 1945 to 1970 probably should be struck there. It's in black under, yeah. You see where I'm at?
I do, and Mr. Hurt pointed that out. I screenshot this, so I'm yes, you
Okay.
are correct.
Just wanna
that
make sure-
line should be stricken.
Okay.
Thank you.
Then on slide 6, help me to remember, Madam Mayor, you and maybe Commissioner O'Connor, I'm not sure who else would have been around, but I remember us making a decision regarding corner lots and reducing the lot width for corner lots. And I'm curious to know then what type of increase we may have seen since we made that decision to encourage development on corner lots. So that's one question. And then I don't feel like I'm fully understanding the benefit of the alleys that provides that you think you can have the lot, more narrow if they're on an alley. I obviously understand the purpose of an alley, but I don't understand how that fits in with the width. And then, I think, as I'm thinking, as I look at, some of the housing needs, and, this isn't, I know you're just bringing Mr. Kilpatrick's slides into this, but my mantra is that Grand Rapids cannot shoulder the housing issues alone. And every single time we talk about the needs of housing, we have to talk about it regionally, because I think the burden cannot be on this city proper. Like, we need to be looking at this regionally just because of context. I don't have to keep going further with that, but just caution us on that. And then I think the other last question that I have is, I think you've done a good job at kind of indicating how many parcels may be available with the alley lots. And so then I'm curious to know how then will we support the potential of development happening so that if we make this decision, that we will yield the outcome that we're hoping for? And I think sometimes in our implementation, we'll make a decision and then there's a miss in attracting developers to do what it is that we're hoping happens through some of the decisions that we're making. I know that's a lot, but you had a lot, so we're good.
All right, I'll have Ms. Turkleson answer that. And I saw Commissioner Repart, you had your hand up? Okay. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner, for those questions. So in terms of the corner lots, you're right. As a result of, I think it was Housing Now in 2018, we did allow for 2-family dwellings by right on corner lots. I do believe that we allowed for some reduction in lot width in that as long as it met the minimum for a single-family home, that property could be used for a 2-family. In terms of how many we've seen, great question. I don't know the answer on hand, but I know that each time we've changed policy, we've instilled some software that allows us to calculate it. So we've been monitoring the progress of that, the residential on the ground floor for TBAs and others. So I can circle back with you on how many units we've seen anecdotally, probably several. It's not specific, but several. We've had a lot of requests. The benefit of the alley, so great question, thank you. So the reason why the alley is helpful is because with where there's alley access, a property must be accessed from the alley, which means we no longer need to account for the width of the driveway beside the structure. And so it gives us the ability to have that residential lot with the home taking up almost the entire portion, or at least staying out of the setbacks, and not having setbacks, home, driveway. So that's why we can further reduce the lot width requirements when there's alley access. In terms of attracting developers, you know, I think I can only speak to my experience here, which is going on 10 years now. This kind of issue comes up very frequently. The fact that individuals either want to split off their side lot and it doesn't meet it, they are introduced to the variance process like Ms. Lene Wells alluded to, and it's like, okay, whoa, forget it. So I don't know that this specific amendment will really attract developers as much as groups like the Fulton Group, which I guess quasi-developers, but more in the developers in the business of more single-family and 2-family. But I think honestly, it's going to be more individuals that would benefit from this type of amendment. So individuals that want to split off their yard for maybe wealth creation, or to sell it because it's, you know, income, or maybe they want to build, kind of getting their foot in the door of development, which was part of the conversation from Division United, is introducing people that want to be in the development world, but perhaps don't have the capitalization yet, and it can become that incremental or that first step.
Great, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Ms. Wells, you want to add to that?
I know that all of this requires a lot of work, but I was wishing that there was a way to contact people that have a vacant lot or that have an extra wide lot and let them know that you might have an opportunity. Maybe you came before and, you know, there were challenges, but we've made some changes. Just to think of more of that grassroots approach and letting those property owners know, unless they were following along with our agendas in these meetings, they may not know.
Right.
So it was just something that we've discussed as a way to kind of build up those grassroots neighborhood scale developers too.
Yeah.
Great idea.
And I was thinking the same thing. I actually made a note about that. You know, as this moves forward and if it's adopted, is there a way for us to do some targeted education? And I think there's a way that we can do that.
Yeah.
Mayor, if I could add, I mean, you saw the map that this is throughout the city in every ward, and we certainly can educate the neighborhood associations and do some general education, but the opposite effect could happen where people feel, we don't want people to feel pressured like other people feel when people are trying to buy them out of their homes and lots. And so I think there's a balance.
Yeah, that's a really good point.
Yeah. Let me go to Commissioner Repart and then I'll go to Commissioner O'Connor. Go ahead.
Yeah, I appreciate that, City Manager. Thank you. I want to say thank you to the Fulton Group for bringing this forward, and Ms. Wells, and thank you, Ms. Turkelson, for that great explanation. You know, on my little daily walk with my dog, there are 2 of these lots, and how do you get the word out to people? I've thought about knocking on their door and saying, would you consider building on your side lot? Because that gentle infill tool is really, really important for this time and for neighborhoods, and I think as an opportunity for small-scale developers to kind of get in the game. Even I also know of an older couple in my neighborhood. They've lived in their house for 30 years, and they just did this. They sold their side yard, and it was income for them as they retire. And now they're going to have a new family move in right next door to them. And so it ended up being a really wonderful opportunity for them to gain a new neighbor and also make money. The question that I have really is, we have these 60 some odd land bank lots that are all buildable lots. They're vacant parcels. I have an interest of seeing, duplexes or greater even density on some of those lots. How would this impact those 65 properties and how those might come to us and what people could accomplish on those?
So I think it would do better, if we're talking about infill development, if we were to be surgical, I like that word, and add the ability, if it's existing and vacant today, to allow the Planning Commission the ability to reduce the lot width to support a 2-family, if that's the goal, to achieve greater density on those parcels. So today, if there are existing legal lots of record, then they can support the construction of a single-family home, or, I would presume, barring wetlands or something. And so this, if we were to pause for a moment and allow for that amendment that I've mentioned, that additional revision to the amendment, it would be better if that's the goal, to add 2-family.
Yeah. Commissioner, I appreciate that question. I think to me it's twofold, right, for the land bank properties. It's making sure that we can build on them, and then how do we solve the affordability issue? And that's why I'm so strongly supportive of using our local Brownfield TIF in partnership with Land Bank to pay for the affordability gap to do that. And so I think we need to address it, in my opinion, on both fronts. Yeah. Commissioner O'Connor and then Commissioner Jones.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I think just 2 things, I guess. One is, I think there's 2 things at play here. One is this policy as it exists, and then the probably desire of the commission to go further potentially, or ask the Planning Commission to consider further changes. And I don't see those things as mutually exclusive. I feel like we should, for expediency's sake, we can go forward with this in its existing capacity, and an additional change can be brought at a later date rather than, steer this back off. It's going to delay the process a number of days. And if you know anything about Michigan, it's now construction season as the snow begins to melt. So, we kick this down the road 6 months, nothing's happening again for a year. So, I feel like if there's an opportunity to take advantage of this and kick, put our money where our mouth is and be aggressive about developing housing, then let's go forward with what we have and ask for more changes. And then I think just the second thing is really the idea of the wealth creation piece. In my past life as a real estate appraiser, right? Like, the foundation of how much something is worth it starts with what is legally permissible. And so having a side lot that you can't build anything on means that contributory value of your side lot was, fractions of a point of how much the value of your property is. But by creating this pathway that says a lot can be split off and used for a higher and better use, it does create what might have used to be worth, we would sell side lots for $500 to people from the land bank, and
give them away.
And now, I saw a vacant lot on the west side that was for sale recently that was buildable for $40,000. And so, to Commissioner Rephart's point, that is a wealth creation tool for a family who sees, may even see a side lot as a burden because of the responsibility of maintaining it and mowing the grass and making sure that it's safe and, people aren't, think bad things aren't happening there. Now this is an opportunity for someone, again, as your real property being your single largest capital ownership in your life for most folks. This is a huge opportunity, I think, for people who have those lots that may have not had contributory value to actually really add something substantial for generational wealth.
Yeah, good point. I appreciate both your points. I personally am not willing to wait 6 months, but I would be willing to wait 2 and push it back. And so maybe we need clarification from Ms. Turkelson on what she's proposing for timeline.
Yep, so Lene and I actually talked about this, and the Planning Commission did think about this holistically, and I think that it was clear when we go back through those meeting minutes in the meeting that it was intended that the Planning Commission wanted to allow for the Planning Commission to reduce existing vacant lots to support two-family. We did not intend for that conversion to happen. So I don't believe that this does need to go back to Planning Commission. I think that they've considered the full scope of this amendment, and therefore, if Commission would like to direct some changes, we can bring that back for introduction on March 29th. So we're really, I believe, only talking about a 2-week delay.
Okay. And then for final approval in April?
For final approval in
Once-
April, and then the effective date 30 days after that.
Okay.
So we did not schedule a public hearing, so if we're, looking at the schedule of things, if a public hearing were scheduled, that would be further time as well, but that was not something that we're not recommending at this point.
Okay. I appreciate that clarification. And you're good with that, Commissioner O'Connor? Okay. Commissioner Jones?
Yep, thank you, Mayor, and thank you very much, Ms. Turkelson, for the presentation. I just want to commend you and the office for obviously continuing to keep this at the forefront. What I recognize this presentation, I think it serves as a commitment to I guess more than anything, this body with regards to operating with the greatest sense of urgency in this space. I say that because you reminded us by way of Mr. Kilpatrick's data about the critical need for housing, and anything that we can do as a city, as the commission in particular, to quicken the process, to put folks in a position where they can build on vacant lots and develop more housing, the better. And so thank you again for your work, and I'm glad that you were able to also clarify the turnaround time for the changes, because I too, I was very much in alignment with what my colleague Commissioner O'Connor was saying in terms of not really wanting to wait, but I don't think 2 weeks is too much to wait. So thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks, Commissioner Jones. So, Commissioners, can I kind of get the mind of this body, and if there's a consensus to take an additional 2 weeks, have this come back before us at our meeting on the 29th with the recommended changes that Ms. Turkelson is making?
I support that.
Okay. So can I get a formal motion on that?
I move to, I need the agenda item in front of me. One moment, sorry. I think I have it up here somewhere. I don't. Thank you.
So, City Clerk, can you help here?
The official resolution says it would establish March 29, 2022 as the date of the city commission to consider a zoning ordinance. So are you looking to have a different date?
Actually,
I think
just
I
a
wouldn't want a
motion.
date.
I just think a motion to,
I think you can just withdraw this item.
or we can
Yeah, let's
postpone or
just-
table it, correct?
You
You can postpone, not table.
future meeting.
Yeah, you can postpone to a future meeting.
To the next meeting.
Is that what your preference would be, City Attorney?
That's the motion that I was going to make, is the postponement to a future meeting.
Support.
Thank you.
Okay, yep. So there's a motion to postpone. Commissioners, is there support for that?
Support.
All right, motion to postpone is made. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? All right, so Commissioners will have this brought back before us on the 29th with some additional edits. We'll review it again, make it very clear to the community what is being proposed, and then it'll come back for final approval at our first meeting in April.
Mayor, if I could likewise thank Ms. Turkelson and staff and Housing Next and Ms. Wells for their work on this and the Planning Commission, but just practically speaking, this is, to me, the second major zoning change that we made to create more housing supply, in addition to having the first floor ground floor retail available for housing and this is all done outside of the master planning process. So I expect a big discount for consulting services from the consultant.
I expect a dynamite consultant to help us with this process. That's what I expect. And Ms. Wells, thanks so much. Really appreciate it. All right, Commissioners, that will take us to our next item. This is a resolution authorizing the publication of and setting the date to consider amendments to Article 2, Chapter 7, Title 1 of the Grand Rapids City Code relating to the police and fire retirement system. Can I get a motion?
Moved.
All right, moved and supported. All right. Hello, welcome.
You need a mic on.
Oh, can you turn the mic on?
Mayor Peggy from the retirement system is
Yes.
going to help us with this item.
All right, got it, sorry. So this is just an ordinance that would amend two sections or two areas of the Police and Fire Retirement System ordinance. The first one relates back to some changes that were made back in 2019. The deputy fire chief position was moved out of the bargaining unit and into the non-represented area. And there was just one section when we did all of those that we overlooked. So this is circling back to include that where it should be. And then the other changes are related to the last round of bargaining, and it relates to the multipliers that the new police and fire members have to choose. They all come in at a lower multiplier, and the timing and the increments at which they could choose a higher multiplier have all changed. And so this updates the ordinance to match the contracts.
Great. Thank you. First, thanks for being here. Appreciate that. And Commissioners, we did get updated information about this several weeks ago. This really is a technical update and change. Any questions or comments? All right, I'll call the question. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, it carries. Thanks, Peggy. All right, next that will take us to a recommendation of the Downtown Improvement District Board and resolution to set a hearing for March 29th on the necessity for special assessment roll 8768. Can I get a motion?
Support.
All right, moved and supported. We have Mr. Gressa here to tell us about this, and then we also have a representative from the Downtown Grand Rapids, Inc.
Yes, so as we traditionally have done, this process goes through this committee of the whole, and this morning I have Melvin Elledge to come in and provide more context about the specific request for the Downtown Improvement District Board.
Great, thanks. Welcome, Melvin. Good to see you.
Good to see you too. Good morning, Mayor and Commissioners. I'm here this morning to request approval of the resolution to establish March 29th as the date for the public hearing for the FY23 Downtown Improvement District Plan. As we have done for the previous 2 fiscal years, we've worked really closely with our Downtown Improvement District Reauthorization Committee as well as the board to bring this recommendation forward. As in previous years, we are proposing a 1-year extension of the Downtown Improvement District given the economic uncertainty that's still it's kind of happening out in the world due to everything, really. Unlike previous years, however, we are proposing 3 changes to the Downtown Improvement District Plan. The first is a 5% increase to the area-wide assessment. The second is to once again include Class 2 properties in the area-wide assessment. And the third is to add residentially classified properties to the area-wide assessment as well. And then I'll just take a couple minutes and explain what I mean by all of those things. So starting with the increase to the area-wide assessment, the Downtown Improvement District has not increased assessment rates since FY20. And as I'm sure you're all aware, the cost of providing services is going up. The best example that I can give from the Downtown Improvement District is last October we raised the wage of the ambassador program from $12 an hour to $15 an hour. We did that with some leftover, quote-unquote, money we had in the contract with the provider. So we're looking to make that a permanent change through this increased assessment. And we're also working with our contractor to actually raise the wage once again to $16.50 to stay competitive and to continue to recruit the best folks that we can get to be on the ambassador team. Additionally, without the additional revenue, we would have to consider cutting those services instead of maintaining them at the level that we have them at now. In total, this would add about $55,000. The 5% increase would add about $55,000 to our overall budget. And then on adding Class 2 properties to the assessment roll, so Class 2 properties are private nonprofit organizations. So since fiscal year 15, they have been asked to pay voluntarily. Prior to that, they were included on the assessment roll. So while some make voluntary contributions, we only collect about 50%, only 50% of them make contributions, and not all of the ones that pay the full amount that we are asking them to pay. In light of this, we are recognizing that they do in fact benefit from the services provided by the Downtown Improvement District and proposing to bring them back on the roll. We do recognize, however, that they don't benefit fully from all of the services that the Downtown Improvement District provides, things like marketing and event support services, and so proposing that their assessment be discounted to 60% of what they would be assessed to pay into the Improvement District. And this would add about another $55,000 to our budget. And lastly, regarding residentially classified properties, so in 2020, state law changed, allowing local units of government to include residentially classified properties in assessments. Prior to that, they were not allowed. Apartments, which are classified as commercial property under Class 1, have been included in the assessment since the beginning of the DID. And we view this as an opportunity to really open up and expand residential participation in the Downtown Improvement District and broader downtown decision-making by residents, and to generate new revenue specifically for residential priorities. We've conducted extensive engagement with condo owners through surveys, newsletter announcements, the Downtown Neighborhood Network, individual meetings, public meetings, and building-specific meetings to talk about the changes that we're proposing, and also gather, sort of take the temperature of the residents, as well as talk through some of the concerns that they might have. And in those conversations, sort of three priorities have emerged as things the residents would like to see the Downtown Improvement District focus on. That's broader downtown safety, so things like better lighting, increased security, expansion of quality of life services to help those in need, and a focus on pedestrian safety, things like better crosswalks or advocacy for changes, things like slower speed limits, no turn on red, things like that. We believe there's broad support, and as such, the committee and the DID board have recommended that they be included. As proposed, the residentially classified properties would be assessed $120 annually, or $10 a month, and that would generate about $57,000 for the budget. And it would be specifically set aside for providing these new residentially focused services. Additionally, we're proposing to add $50,000 worth of funds from the general assessment, excuse me, to increase the impact of the funds that are collected. That's the whole of my remarks, so I'll take questions now if you've got any.
Great, thank you. And this, again, Commissioners, is just setting the date for the public hearing for our next meeting on March 29th. Commissioners, any questions for Melvin? Commissioner Lanier?
Just a quick comment. I've never seen you in a suit, Mel. Good luck.
I only have one, so I have to be sparing when I wear it.
Good to see you. Commissioner?
Thank you, Mayor. Could you share on the Class 2, how many, you said an additional, was that an additional 55K, or was that the one before? So what was the total amount with the Class 2, and then how many of these organizations do you think this will impact?
Oh, sure. Yeah, so both numbers were actually about $55,000. I don't have the full number of organizations in front of me. It's by and large not the largest section of the assessment roll that makes up the full DID assessment. So sorry, I don't have that information in front of me.
That's okay. You can just email us later.
Yeah, I'll get it.
Yeah, that's fine. Commissioners, any other questions? All right, I'll call the question. All those in favor say aye.
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 Those opposed, it carries. All right, Commissioners, next that will take us to the resolution to accept $175,000 from the Grand Rapids Community Foundation grant in support of participatory budgeting, Grand Rapids activities. This item was originally on Fiscal Committee, and there were a number of questions, so we moved it up to Committee of the Whole. So can I get a motion?
Support.
All right, moved and supported, and we have Mr. Matthews here to tell us about this item and answer any questions we may have.
Okay, we felt it was most appropriate to bring this forward at Committee of the Whole. Coming out of Fiscal, there wasn't a request specifically to change the resolution in any way. There was just a specific point of clarification and reassurance that we wanted to be able to provide to the Commission, and I'm actually going to read it off of the agreement, which is actually attached for the action that you're going to be taking. Specifically, there was concern about any grant commitment that would require us to bring on full-time staffing, and that's an understandable concern and one that we share. The updated bullet related to this morning's conversation is that we are going to allocate sufficient city resources for the development of a broader citywide community engagement framework and guide as part of the city's regular budgeting process. That was the language that we shared with them last week. They sent over an updated agreement yesterday afternoon. So just wanted to reassure you that there were no full-time staffing commitments as part of acceptance of the grant.
Okay, thanks. So Mr. Matthews, maybe you can elaborate a little bit more. What are we hoping to accomplish with these activities?
Well, the funding is designed to support some of the areas that we've talked about as we've discussed the participatory budgeting process, where we've realized that the resources that we had aligned to support the operational needs of participatory budgeting were not where they really needed to be to fully support the project. And we've been lucky enough to have a consortium of local foundations step up. That's going to be able to provide us the resources to fully support the next steps in the process, which includes the identification of residents that can participate as budget delegates. It's also going to allow us to support the voting process. So those are some areas that are going to have pretty heavy lifts, and this is going to give us the ability to do that work and not just lean on staff to try to support that.
Okay, great. Thank you for that clarification. City Manager?
Yeah, Mayor, let me thank Mr. Matthews and our staff for bringing this forward. This process has taken a lot of time and resources, and when the commission approved the funding and allocation, my hope was that the participatory budget process would conclude before we start the preparation for the next budget. So now I have two budget processes going on, preparing the fiscal year 23 budget and the participatory process. And very likely I will propose the fiscal 23 budget before the participatory budget process concludes. And so I cannot afford to continue to devote the staff time that we have been devoting, countless staff hours. I have not been able to utilize those resources in other meetings because they have been fully dedicated to this participatory process. So this funding will help in terms of alleviating staff capacity so we can focus on some of the other priorities. Not that this is not one, but we have dedicated a significant amount of internal resources, and I would appreciate this allocation that would allow us not to permanently staff, but to hire some additional temporary services to support this process.
Okay, thank you. Commissioners, any additional questions or comments? Commissioner Lanier?
So I'm curious, City Manager then, or Mr. Matthews, if doing this will result in us expediting the implementation of what we had intended for the participatory budget process. So, there's a lot of frustration in the community, and even probably on this dais because of the length of time that it's taking. So I feel like we need a major plan, and with this, it would be great to kind of have a timeline about what we can expect with accepting this.
Well, that is a little bit of, I think, the frustration. We're not directing this. You've empowered a group of community members, and unlike the staff, who I'm under schedule to deliver a budget time certain by charter every year and have to commit to that, we've not directed this group to have the same level of commitment. Understandably, they're not doing this full time. So I think getting this resources, we should come back with a plan for an anticipated delivery of this project so we can evaluate it. Because in the interim now, I'm being asked to reconsider some of the other things that this process was supposed to solve during the budget process. So I think that would be helpful to be very directive on when we'd like staff and community to bring back some recommendations from the participatory budgeting process.
Yeah, thank you for that. And I'd actually like to also hear from the committee members from Fiscal, just to kind of hear a little bit about what transpired that led us to this being on this agenda.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Lanier. As you know, and I think you've shared with me over the years on this dais, as we receive grant funding for positions, just ensuring that when that there's often a grant has a finite timeline, and recognizing that there was potentially going to be a staff person added to the rostrum as a result of the initial agreement, and so that wasn't brought forward as part of the conversation, and obviously the agreement has changed, but I wasn't aware of that, and so just trying to make sure that we're going to accept a grant, which is significant and substantive, and actually supporting an offset of a lot of staff time and a lot of general fund resources. So I think it's very worthwhile to accept the grant, but I just wanted to ensure that, in many circumstances, I've been a stickler about making sure that when grant funds run out, that we're not adding permanent employees to the roster.
Thank you. Commissioner, do you have anything to add?
No, I had made it was the two of us today. I made the motion to just withdraw the resolution, knowing that had been a conversation around the table. And it was just me and John. So I was like, let's bring it to the group.
Bring it to the other people.
Yeah, and no, I think that this is the piece of, I think you're right, Commissioner, there has been frustrations probably on all sides. I think we're trying something new, and so there are going to be these stops and starts. I am grateful that this consortium of funders have recognized how important civic engagement is to our community. And so I'm hopeful for this, and my intention is to support this resolution.
One other question then, and I don't know who this is for, but I know that there had been some conversations about funding engagement. Could these funds also be utilized for subcontracts to those who we potentially would use to elevate the engagement kind of at the grassroots level?
When you say engagement, are you referring to participatory budgeting or more broadly?
Participatory budgeting specifically.
Absolutely. So not just this funding, but there's additional funding that's going to be put into the community to help do this work. That's one of the things that I really appreciate about this, and I think the steering committee appreciates about it, is that there's going to be investment and additional capacity within the community to support these activities. So it's not give some money to the city and the city's going to do more. It's actually give this money to the project and the city's going to do less. And that's the design of participatory budgeting at the end of the day. And I've been saying participatory now for a year, and I still have to practice. Now, one thing also that I would like to note is when we come forward, and we still meet every Thursday, when we come forward, I'd like to not just talk about where we are in the process and what are the next steps, but also share with you some of the things that have come out of the process. I think one of the frustrations is it's all kind of falling into the system and it's not being pushed back out. We've got probably close to 100 ideas in the system right now that are largely viable ideas. They may not qualify under ARPA, but I think it would be exciting just to see what's coming out of the system right now. The community partners have just started really doing their meetings and engaging the neighborhoods in the process. And we're seeing a steady drumbeat of 3, 4, 5, 6 ideas coming in on a daily basis. And the quality of those ideas have increased substantially from the beginning of the process where there wasn't that guidance and instruction, which speaks to the value of making those investments in the community organizations.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
Yeah, good question. So, Mr. Matthews, we'll trust that as this moves forward, you will continue to brief and update this body on the timeline and process and successes.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. All right, Commissioners, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? It carries. All right, Commissioners, that will take us to our 2 briefings. We have our first briefing. This is a briefing and update from our Grand Rapids Housing Commission. So we have the new executive director. I don't know if I can still call you new anymore, Ms. Reams, but we have Lindsay Reams here with us today. If you haven't had a chance to meet her, we're delighted to have her leading our Grand Rapids Housing Commission. So she'll be providing us with an update on their work, as well as maybe giving us some insight about the year ahead. So, Ms. Reams, welcome to our City Commission meeting. City Manager, anything to add, or can I just turn it over to Lindsay?
The floor is hers.
All right, welcome.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Commissioners. I don't know if you can still call me new. I just celebrated my first year anniversary at the Commission. I first want to start by thanking you for celebrating and honoring our long-term Commissioner. That was very special and something for her to cherish. So we appreciate that. Our celebrations will continue tonight at our regular board meeting. Okay, so real quick, I just want to give you an update. I don't know when the last time was you had a briefing about Housing Commission activities, but some things have changed over the past year and definitely as a result of the pandemic. First, and what we're really excited about, you'll see on the screen, is our rebranding and our new logo. So as the city manager talked to you earlier today, the commission was established in 1966. We actually separated as employer of record in 1996, but for 26 years, we've still been carrying the city logo on all of our literature, which causes some frustration for city staff when our program participants reach out to the city. So we spent some time really thinking. We hired a firm to help us think through our new logo. So you'll see the different sizes of the buildings that represent the different types of housing that we provide throughout the city. The bridge across the three buildings represents our commitment to linking our organization with other community partners. And then we didn't want to lose sight of that special river that is so much part of our community. So you'll see the river represented there, as well as the logo is in different colors of blues. And so you'll see more of that around there. So I just wanted to share that. That's been really exciting for us. As we talked about our mission, obviously you know our mission, providing affordable housing opportunities to lower income residents. We also, as part of our mission, include a lot of support services to help our families become economically self-sufficient as well, and we'll talk more about those. We've talked a lot about this. Our primary funding source is through HUD. We independently administer these programs, and we are governed by a 5-member board appointed by the city manager. This is an overview of our programs. We currently are responsible for about 4,200 units throughout the city. This breaks down the programs that we do administer. I'm going to talk about each of them very briefly, but wanted to give you an overview. The picture there is Campaw Commons, which was redeveloped in tax credits in 2005 and then converted to HUD's RAD program. It still looks really good after more than 15 years. I do want to elaborate just a second on the discussion, multiple discussions today and presentations around affordable housing or housing in general in the community. And so I wanted to give you a couple stats to just put in the back of your mind. One is that every year HUD publishes what they call a fair market rent for your locality. The fair market rent that HUD established in October, this last October, is based on 2019 data. So we all know how our housing community has changed as far as affordability and accessibility since 2019. HUD has started to recognize that, but in the interim, they have allowed us to submit a request for, and they have just recently approved last week, to set a payment standard for our rental vouchers where folks are going out in the private market at 120% of that FMR. So that increase is allowing us to be more competitive, our program participants to be more competitive in the market right now. Prior to that, what we were seeing were success rates of less than 40%. And what that means is if I send 100 families out in the community to search for a unit with a voucher, only 40 of them would successfully find housing within the first 6 months. So that's a little bit of testimony to how tight the market really is. On our waiting list, we have not opened our waiting list since 2019. It is currently closed. We have 3,000 names on our waiting list for Housing Choice Voucher. We have around 8,000 on our waiting list. No, actually, that's just our family sites. We have about 10,000 on our waiting list for all of our owned properties throughout the community. We will probably open our HCV waiting list in the fall this year. Just some information on demographics. This is our current program participants, so those who already are living in our housing or participating in the HCV program. So that's a breakdown by race. This is a breakdown by ethnicity. And then our applicant pool, so those 3,000 on our waiting list. That's our HCV waiting list. We also have folks on our site waiting list, but this is a breakdown of those applicant, those on the list, and then ethnicity as well. So we wanted to map for you our units throughout the city of, well, actually the county. We service all of the county, relating to your comment, Commissioner Lanier, about outside, being able to serve, it being a regional issue. So our service area is actually Kent County. We share Kent County with 4 other housing agencies, though, the state, Wyoming, and Rockford, 3 others. And so this is, you'll see the city boundaries there, and you can see the units that actually are in the city versus those that are outside the city and in the county limits. This is 4,200 units, but there's also areas of concentration. So some of the dots are on top of, some of you are probably saying, that's not 4,200 dots, but some of them are on top of each other. We also wanted to break this down by ward. So you can see in some of the wards, there are parts of our city that are not servicing any of our program participants. So that's Ward 1. This is Ward 2. The yellow dots, if you can see on the maps, are GRHC owned properties. Blue dots are privately owned properties. And it's by address, so some of the sites that have one address with apartment numbers are just represented by 1 dot as well. And this is Ward 3. Okay, so back to that overview list of the programs. I'm just going to run through those briefly. Our regular, I call it our regular Housing Choice Voucher Program, which used to be called by HUD Section 8. It's taken various transitions over many years. This is our largest program. This is where we issue that voucher to a household who will go look in the private market with a private landlord for rental opportunities. Again, there are requirements for all of the programs as it relates to AMI. Rent is typically between 30 and 40%, can exceed 40%. We like them to stay closer to 30 of their adjusted household income. Again, serving Kent County, that voucher helps them to find housing in other areas of opportunity that they want. Maybe a different school district, maybe they want to move closer to where their job is so they don't have a long commute. We already talked about the waiting list. The second largest program is what we call our project-based voucher program. So these are vouchers where we have the program I just talked about, the tenant-based, stays with the family. So as they move from unit to unit, their subsidy stays with them. The project-based voucher program is attached to the unit. So we do this a couple different ways. One, our own properties with HUD approval, we can project-base. And then we can also project-base with private landlords as well. We have 746 total. 601 of those actually are in our owned developments, and you can see the breakdown there by our various owned properties. I think even more importantly, though, we like to provide this opportunity to our community partners as well. So 145 of these currently are out in privately owned buildings with many of our partners so that they also can have some operating income that they know, known operating income every single month. And so you can see the picture there is Heron Manor, but you can see what we've done over the years. In the fall, we ran a new competition for project-based vouchers, and we awarded 36 additional vouchers to 4 new property owners. Many of those who are seeking funding through state resources and city resources as well, whether that's tax credits or home. So we're looking forward to those 36 units coming online as well in the next couple of years. The next program that was on that overview chart is the Mainstream Voucher Program. This is 247 units or vouchers, and what it does is it allows us to house households who are age 62 who have a member of the family with a disability. This program is not fully utilized. We're working closely with our partners. One of the reasons that it's not fully utilized is because HUD gave us 2 increments of funding back to back. So before we had the first 100 units leased, they gave us another 100 units, and then we also had pandemic. We also have in this particular program families who need barrier-free units, other 504 compliant. So sometimes they struggle with finding those units in the community. So we're working really hard and focusing on this, getting this program fully leased as well this year. NED is very similar. This is just the, rather than any member of the household with disability, this limits the disability to the head of the household or a spouse. Mod Rehab, this is an old HUD program that we still administer at Grand Rapids. Basically serves 2 different developments in the community, Calumet Flats and Vern Berry, both downtown on Division. We work closely with Dwelling Place on this program. VASH, the Veterans Affairs. These vouchers are very specifically dedicated to vouchers. We get our referrals from the Veterans Administration here in Grand Rapids. Our service area is much bigger, though. It includes the Battle Creek VA Medical Center. So it combines case management. It's a HUD VA combined funding stream that allows VA to hire case management and us to provide the housing opportunity. This program remains 100% utilized, so we're trying very hard to get more vouchers here. Foster Youth to Independence. We were really excited about this program. This is a fairly new one, but it allows us to provide housing opportunities for those youth aging out of foster care. We all know that often they find themselves on the street. So this, we take referrals through DHHS, work really closely with them. We can do 25 of these a year non-competitively. So we currently have 10, we started last year. We have, I think, 9 from last year and 1 from this year already. So continuing to work with our partners to identify youth for this program. Emergency housing vouchers is the newest increment of funding where HUD specifically allocates vouchers for a purpose. And so this was part of the American Rescue Plan. We received 42 in Grand Rapids. We're working with the Continuum of Care, and working really closely with trying to house. Our current MOU has us housing chronic homelessness. We have 90 referrals that we receive from the coordinated entry process. Only 17 have successfully located housing. We continue to work, we continue to have conversations about, by the end of this year, HUD will start pulling those vouchers back and reallocating them to other communities. So just last week, we engaged in conversations about how can we expand our pool beyond the chronic homeless in our plan to work more with other coordinated entry groups, so we don't lose those vouchers. We also have a HUD Section 8 program, that's Ransom Towers downtown. It's going to go under some renovations this year. And then low-income public housing. So all that's left in the Grand Rapids Housing Commission low-income public housing inventory are 2 sites. One is a 15-unit scattered site project, and we want to be out of the business of managing scattered sites for a number of different reasons. And so we are going to be asking HUD to sell these units. These were, by the way, originally under the original homeownership program, 150-unit homeownership program. These are the only units remaining of those 150 units that have not sold. And so we are going to ask to sell them to low-income residents, 80% of AMI or less at fair market value, and then use the proceeds to do some other affordable housing activities. 188 units at Adams Park, slated for total redevelopment. We've stepped back and taken a look at what we were originally going to do some rehab there, have decided that this is a 53-year-old building. The units are 377 square feet. And so we're partnering with some of our neighboring housing providers and nonprofits to really think about how redevelopment of Adam Parks fits into all of the redevelopment that's happening in that community. We don't want our side of Fuller to look different from the other side of Fuller. So and you'll hear a lot more about that in the coming months. We talked, or you heard about rapid rehousing when they were celebrating Bobby. This is 24 units, 12 units. You see the building there. I don't know if any of you know the history of this building. It was built in 1991 in a weekend, and it was done pro bono, materials and hours, labor, by the Home Builders Association. However, that's 30 years ago. This building is in significant need of some rehab. And so we are really trying to connect back with the Home Builders Association to further their commitment to this property, but also identifying additional funding sources that can help us continue to renovate this property. It serves homeless women and children. So quite unique. Okay, so besides our housing programs, we also do a lot of support and social service programs. We're going to just breeze through these really quickly. We have full-time resident service coordinators at all of our sites. Many of them are master level social workers. So they provide support to our residents around healthcare, child care, mental health, transportation, all of that stuff. We have Meals on Wheels at our senior sites, opening back up April 1st. We're all really excited about that. And then just general personal management things and summer programs. The FSS program. This program is funded by HUD, but not really. It is, but not really. So we all know that you're, as a participant in our program, when your income increases, your portion of the rent increases. So whatever 30% is. So if you've gotten a promotion or a different job, as your income increases, so does your rent. What this program does is take that, you still pay that increase, but what we do is we take that increase and we set it aside in a savings account. And every increase from that point forward gets set aside in the savings account. And when you graduate from the FSS program, which means you complete your 5-year action plan, you get that escrow account. We've had many people become homeowners with that escrow account, start businesses, further their education. This year, in 2021 alone, we paid out almost $180,000 in escrow accounts to 17 graduates. We've had escrow accounts that have exceeded $30,000 and $40,000 before. So great program. We currently have 300 participating. I have a goal in 18 months to get that to closer to 1,000. Section 8 homeownership program. This is also an opportunity where you participate in education, homeownership education, through either us or a number of partners that help provide that. And you can use your voucher for a period of time to help pay your mortgage payment. So instead of paying the landlord the payment, it goes to your mortgage payment. So again, kind of stalled over the pandemic period. I think we had 4 potential new homeowners with this program in the last 2 years, so refocusing. Envision Center, in all HUD's wisdom, and I can be its worst critic since I come from there from 31 years, we dedicated, or HUD dedicated, an Envision Center in the middle of a pandemic. So it's been closed since its dedication, but we are working really hard to fully program that Envision Center and get additional services in that building. It's at the Campaw Community Center, and so later this year, summertime, we'll be grand opening the Envision Center with new supportive services and a new customer service center. Tons of community partnerships. We love to engage with our community partners. It's one of the things that I enjoy and have really focused on in my first year. So we have health clinics at our senior sites. We have a very specific health facility that Granville State University staffs and sees our residents at that health facility, so they don't even have to leave the campus to go to the doctors. We always are partnering with our college nursing students. I talked about Meals on Wheels already. We have social workers who do internships with us every semester. We have on-site food pantries and commodities at all of our senior sites, and we participate in the Meet Up and Eat Up Summer Meals program. Jean McKee Resident Scholarship. This was established in 2001 in memory of our longtime Housing Commissioner, Jean McKee, and she was a champion of education. It's funded through private donations, and it awards $2,000 each year, $500 per semester to our residents. Now, this program has been underutilized the last 2 years with the Promise program at the community college and at Grand Valley. And so we started to think about how do we expand this program to still meet the mission of the program and honor the memory of Jean McKee. So we approached the donors this year, and we've been working with Camp Manitoulin. We don't have many of our youth at our properties attend camp. So we have worked a partnership with them, approved by our board last month, to expand this scholarship program to pay for camp scholarships for our youth at our properties. So very excited about that, and the YMCA is very excited as well. Okay, so real quick, I only have a couple more slides. Agency highlights. So for this past year, we opened our brand new 50-unit facility, Antoine Courts. We didn't construct it in 6 weeks. We occupied it in 6 weeks. I was reviewing my slides last night and thinking, So we had over 500 people on our waiting list for those 50 units, again, emphasizing the need. We've served over 6,700 residents and applicants over that year, designated as a high performer by HUD under the Section 8 Management Assessment Program. I talked about our rebranding initiative already, and one of the things we did this year was significant investment in our IT infrastructure. One of the things the pandemic taught the commission is we were not prepared to work remotely. Staff didn't have laptops, and we didn't have systems and hardware in place to be able to remote in to continue to do our work. So we have focused extensively this past year on investing in our IT infrastructure and improving. So what do we want to do this year? I talked about renovating Hope Community, selling those 15 scattered site units, continuing to work on our strategy for how we're going to redevelop the Adams Park area. We're going to be transitioning back to in-office client services, resume our resident social programming. They're ready to do their morning coffees again, and they're ready to, have some of their activities like bingo and things like that. Continuing to maximize operational efficiencies by making sure we're fully staffed and reviewing our business processes. And improving our community service and customer satisfaction, our customer service and customer satisfaction at all levels, including our other housing affordable, our other affordable housing provider partners, our social support service providers, as well as our program participants. So that's something that I've really tried to focus on this year. We've made some improvements, but we've still got some work to do in that area as well. Thank you. Questions?
Thank you. I really appreciate this update. I'm sure my colleagues do as well. You know, it's, I think all of us are aware of the work being done by the Housing Commission, but when you see it all together in one, it's really impressive. It makes me think about some of the conversations we've had around this table around communication and just really making sure that the community knows what a resource the Housing Commission is in our community. So we may want to do what we can to help support your communication efforts. I know I get the newsletter you put out, but clearly there's a lot of communication that could go out to the broader community. So thank you. I'll see if my colleagues have any questions. Commissioners, any questions or comments? Commissioner Reppert?
I'll just say quickly, congrats on Antoine Court. It's such a great amenity, and it's in the first ward. But also, I do want to say thank you for your new RFP process around the project-based vouchers, because they would oftentimes reach out to me and say, hey, can you help me with this? And I think that offered a lot of clarity for people, and that's super helpful. But on the theme of communication, when you do open up your wait list, or as you figure out these underutilized vouchers, we would love to be a part of sharing that information.
Okay. Yeah. Thanks, Commissioner. Commissioner Leonard?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you so much for the thorough presentation. I do have a couple questions. Under the mainstream voucher program, are these vouchers scattered site properties, or is this one central location?
No, these are vouchers like the regular voucher program that they take into the community with a private landlord.
Okay.
Now, we have started to talk about an option to project-base some of these, where that subsidy could stay with the unit as a way we're just exploring number of different opportunities for getting them leased.
So how does it work if there's someone who's already in a location? Could they apply or get the voucher and then have their current rent covered, or?
Yeah, so we work with a number of different agencies. We also work from our waiting list, with referrals around. Sometimes we get program participants from the regular voucher program or the EHV or the vouchers who really fit this criteria. And so we switch their voucher to this so that then we can house another veteran who maybe doesn't have a disability.
Okay.
Yeah, so.
Okay. And then, the other question is tied to the emergency housing vouchers. I know this was another underutilized voucher that you were mentioning, and can you slow this one down just a bit? I know we have a full agenda, but I'm trying to fully understand this, because we know that there are a great number of persons experiencing homelessness in our community, and we have vouchers now, I can see, that are underutilized, and that you're considering trying to expand who can participate in, trying to get more coverage for these vouchers. But we have such a broad number of those experiencing homelessness. Help me to understand that a little bit, please.
So a stipulation of accepting these funds was that you also had to enter into a memorandum of agreement with your COC, Continuum of Care entity. And the program does allow, by appropriations, to serve 4 categories. Those 4 categories being chronic homeless, in danger of homelessness, recently homeless, or homeless prevention. It also allows you to serve victims of domestic violence, trafficking, and other categories like that. Mm-hmm. When we entered into our MOU with the COC, they wanted us to focus on chronic homeless and the first 4 priorities of chronic homeless, which were, individuals and families, and there's 4 categories, and pretty much kind of the same 4 categories, but these are unsheltered individuals. Mm-hmm. We did build language in there, however, and we didn't want to leave out our domestic violence households as well. And so all of those do feed into the coordinated entry system. But we did not want to avoid options or not allow some options to expand beyond chronic homeless, right? Unsheltered chronic homeless. This is a population that we all know needs a lot of supportive services, a lot of work to house them with just retrieving documents, Social Security cards. They don't have permanent addresses in most instances. So there are a lot of challenges, and we wanted to focus on this group. And we don't want to eliminate them. So we just recently last week met with a number of people to kind of talk about what are our options here. Because come fall, HUD's going to start talking about pulling these vouchers back that aren't utilized. And so we also talked about some of these chronic homeless individuals that we're serving in our community could also potentially be a mainstream program participant. And so not taking them off the table, but expanding the populations that we can pull from for these EHV vouchers so that we are still assisting homeless, maybe not unsheltered or chronic, but we are assisting households in one of those 4 eligible categories allowed for in the program appropriations. So that's really what that's about.
So of the 42 vouchers, how many of them have not been used
So
currently?
we have leased 17 to date. We actually have 90, we've issued 90 vouchers under this program. So we've issued more than double, and some of it is, based on our success rate, right? We already know that only 40%, and it's even lower with this program. So we issue more vouchers than we have available. So we've issued 90, we've leased 17. So there are 90 minus 17 still looking for that. What is that? 70, 60 something. 73 households or potential program participants still looking for housing right now. Some of them have expired their 6-month. We've extended our search period to 6 months, and some of them have already expired that 6-month period. So,
Thank you.
Thank you. And can I ask a follow-up question just based on what Commissioner Lanier said? I know some of us have expressed concerns about the number of families that are staying in hotels for extended periods of time. Has there been some targeted outreach to those families to try to get them into more permanent housing?
yes, as well as some of the programs that provide assistance only for 6 months, right? That's temporary or transitional housing. So we have had those conversations. I think so if I could just take a moment, I continue to advocate for us as a community looking at what we define as homeless, right? Because we are potentially leaving some people on the table. So when we call 211 right now, if you call 211 for help, they're going to ask you where you slept last night. And if you say you slept in your car, they're going to proceed to assist you. If you say you slept on your sister's couch, they're going to tell you you're not available for assistance right now and refer you to another entity, right? And so we're missing, I think, some opportunities to be able to use some of these vouchers for folks who are technically homeless but don't meet the definition of unsheltered homelessness right now. So I don't know how we, this is like I'm a broken record with all of our community partners, right? Like how do we reach this population? I'll give you another example. We wanted to apply for more VASH vouchers. Some of our community partners said, oh no, we're at functional zero. We don't have a veteran homeless issue anymore, right? We went to VA and said, we need a support letter. Condition of receiving this funding is a support letter for VA. Our VA service area is larger than just Grand Rapids.
Right.
It includes like Battle Creek. Communities outside of Grand Rapids have not been as successful leasing their VASH program. So VA said, no, we're not going to give you a support letter because we have 20 vouchers still available in Battle Creek. Just move them from there. HUD's appropriation language doesn't allow that. So as a community, we're not
able to get, without that support, additional VASH vouchers, right? And as a community, we say we're at functional zero. We know we have veterans who are doubled up, tripled up, and still living on the street. So just a bigger conversation about how we define homeless in this community and how we can best use all of our programs to assist all of our families, because that surfer is going to be on the street soon. And can we prevent that?
Yeah, and clearly that's where we need to, this conversation has happened around the table at Housing Kent as well, is that we really don't have good programming focused on that prevention, and that a lot of people actually could find stable housing before they get into that crisis of being unsheltered. So I think you have a number of folks around this table who agree with you and are here to help as we can.
I think the other thing, Commissioner, I just want to elaborate on one other thing, is we're really trying to encourage housing in place. So when people come to the top of our list and are issued a voucher, we don't want to limit their opportunity, but we want them, knowing what the housing market is, we want them to consider staying where they are with their subsidies. So now instead of paying 60% of their income towards rent, they'll be paying the 30%. They're already housed. That helps with the tight market. But we also want to make sure that we're not telling them they think we're telling them they can't move to other areas of opportunity. So it's a very delicate balance. We say, no, we're not restricting your ability to use this voucher somewhere else. And then they go out there, and 3 months later, they say, oh, I can't find anything, but I've already given notice and my landlord's already leased my unit. Right? So it's a really tight balance right now.
Yeah, and quickly, Mayor, if I can just, my last two comments and questions. It's good to hear about the community partnership with the neighbors for Adams Park apartments. I'd like to weigh into that. Perhaps we can have a follow-up discussion regarding that. And then for the Hope Community Rapid Rehousing, so are you looking then to level this and rebuild from scratch like what was done at Camp Hall and Lafayette, or just?
No, it's not been a very competitive, because of the number of units and a number of different factors. It's not been competitive under the tax credit program. So we're going to rehab. We'll continue to submit. We weren't successful under the city's notice of intent moving forward to the next round, but we'll keep looking.
Okay, and then lastly, the FSS program. You have this great goal of getting to 1,000, and just please let us know how we can help you to achieve that goal. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I'm going to wrap this up so we can get to our next topic, because I know we are, I know Commissioner Jones had to leave. Hopefully he'll be back soon. City Manager, go ahead.
Yeah, I think it's real important before we adjourn, before we move to the next topic. They're having, Ms. Reams, tonight, at 6 p.m. is there a hearing on the annual agency plan? And so we have a lot of people who come to our commission who are concerned about housing supply, housing programs, and tonight would be a good venue in place for them to have comment on the housing programs and needs. And can you give a little bit detail on where they might go to have this important conversation tonight?
And City Manager, we may want to post that on our social media. Or
it's on our
webpage. Get a press release out.
Yeah, so it's been posted a number of different places. It's 5 o'clock tonight at Camp Hall Commons. It's going to happen before our regularly scheduled commission meeting at 6. So 5 o'clock. We've gotten some written comments. We've met with our resident advisory board. The city also has some documents around ensuring that it's in concert with the consolidated plan, which is those are all requirements. But yes, for sure, any public comment. It's been posted out there for I think over 30 days, 45 days.
So 5 and 6 for both the hearing and the meeting. Then the other part, I think if you could just share that map tonight to show that there's a lot of programs in the city, but if you look at the scattergram on it, there's not as many outside of the city, and it's not, to your point earlier, it's not solely a solution that we can solve only in the city of Grand Rapids.
Thank you.
Thanks, City Manager. Thank you again for being here and for all of the individuals here who support and work with the Housing Commission. Thanks. All right, Commissioners, that will take us to our last update and briefing, and this is on the cannabis business social equity compliance. So we'll start. City Manager, do you want to kick this off?
Mayor, I'll be brief because I know we have a 12:30 economic project team meeting. Is that correct? Is it 12:30?
We do.
Okay. But we have had lots of work by our staff to talk about the ways in which we both ensure compliance with some of the direction that policy that was approved by the City Commission, but also ensuring social equity in trying to address some of the harm that had previously been done by the cannabis industry before it became legally regulated. So at this point, I want to turn it over to the project team for a briefing.
Mayor, point of order, just before Eric gets started, is it possible to do like a 2-minute quick break? I don't want to miss any of this by...
I agree. Can we take a break? And City Manager, I am concerned that there's only 5 of us around this table for this important update. Are we on a time constraint, or can this be moved to a briefing at our next meeting?
Yeah.
Mayor, while we break, let me talk to the staff about that, and we'll come back with an answer.
My preference would be for everyone to be here because this is so important.
Yeah, I agree. That's a good point, Mayor.
So why don't we take a break, let the city manager talk. If it's not urgent, I would prefer to hold off for 2 weeks. We have decided, because we don't want to be stretched for time, knowing that Economic Development Project Team starts at 12:30, we are going to postpone this briefing for 2 weeks, so it'll take place at our next meeting. Commissioners, we all have a copy of the PowerPoint, so you are welcome to review that, and if you have additional information you would like the staff to add to our conversation for our next meeting, feel free to relay that to the city manager, but this briefing will be postponed until our next meeting.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. All right, thanks. So we have Economic Development Project Team, and then tonight at 7 o'clock, our commission meeting. Commissioners, I should also remind you, myself and the city manager, neither of us will be here tonight. So President of the Commission, Commissioner Jones, will be leading the meeting tonight. City manager and I will be heading to Lansing, and we'll be meeting with other mayors and managers and legislators tonight as a part of the CapCon. So I'm hopeful that our President and City Commissioner Jones can take it from here, and appreciate him stepping in my absence. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you.